Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Henry Hall, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and Ezra Stone starring in a special radio presentation of Joseph Ruskall's timely drama, Tommy Tucker, Patriot.
This is Henry Hull, ladies and gentlemen, with another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. At this sitting, I'd like to tell you about a young boy, a splendid little fella about 12 years old, just an average American kid. His name was Tommy Tucker. Now, Tommy was all out for war, but he had a complaint, and he was fighting mad.
I wish some people would take this war more seriously, for crying out loud.
But Tommy Tucker was only 12, and who takes a kid of 12 seriously?
For crying out loud.
There was his brother George, 25, the breadwinner.
George, why don't you join the army?
And who'll support the family?
And his brother Mike, 21, a racing form addict.
Mike, why don't you enlist?
Beat it, kid, will you? And his brother Larry, the musician.
Why can't you be an air raid warden, Larry, or something?
If I didn't have to practice on the horn, Tommy. Can't afford to get rusty.
And Howie, Larry's twin, halfback at college.
See me later, Tommy. I got a date with a football.
Then there was Mrs. Tucker, their worried, widowed mother, who loved her brood fiercely.
War bonds? Well, I declare, Tommy, I haven't even got money enough to pay the electric. Now run along, son. Your mother's busy.
Tommy Tucker was heartsick. Pearl Harbor, Wake Island, Bataan. How could he rouse his family to realize their country's peril? Oh, before I forget, there was one more thing. Miss Chapin, the little teacher with the sad blue eyes and silvery hair. What was it she said to him after school the other day?
Tommy.
Yes, Miss Chapin.
There were tears in your eyes.
Huh?
When you children were giving the oath of allegiance. Tell me, Tommy, does it mean so much to you?
Yes. It does, Miss Chapin.
I'm glad. Because it does to me, too, and I'd be happy to think that perhaps I've had something to do with instilling that feeling in you. Our country is in great danger, Tommy. There's a monster menacing it, a hateful monster called fascism, the greatest enemy that liberty, democracy, and freedom have ever faced. Lad, two worlds have collided. Both cannot survive. This war is a fight to the finish between light and darkness, here and in Europe, in China, Russia, Australia, all over the world it's being fought. It's up to us, Tommy, to you and to me and to everyone worthy of America. It's freedom or slavery. And you, Tommy Tucker, you will do your part, won't you?
I will, Miss Chapin. I will.
Now, Tommy Tucker, if you don't stop pestering me, I'll never get my ironing done.
Answer me, Mom.
Well, for pity's sake. If your brother George wasn't put in 3A, I'd like to know who'd provide that Hungarian goulash sitting there on the stove. Now move. Give me elbow room. I wish you'd clear out of this kitchen, Tommy. George, indeed. And what would happen to his insurance business?
Well, what about Mike?
Hand me that shirt there.
Answer me, Mom.
No, the white one there. The one I turned over your collar on. That's it. Like the job I did?
So what about Mike?
Oh, what about him? They put him in 1B underweight.
I know why. He went on a diet. He starved himself to evade the draft. That's why.
Now, Tommy, don't you go talking like that about your brother Mike. You know he's always suffered with a sensitive stomach.
Sure. Eating billiard balls down in the pool room, I suppose. Well, then what about Larry and Howie?
Larry and Howie. Stop biting your nails, Tommy. And light somewhere, will you? You're getting me dizzy. They're still in college, Larry and Howie. Why do you ask? Oh, they're not even of age, thank heaven. Then there's Larry's horn, of course.
They're old enough to enlist. You only have to be 18. I wish I was. Gee whiz, someone's got to represent this family on the battlefield. What about the fascists? Don't we have to annihilate the worms? I'll bet if Pa was alive, he'd give it to him. Oh, boy, he'd give it to him. Like he did the last time. Why, for the love of Mike, I'll bet he wouldn't like it one bit the way this family keeps doing business as usual. Not one little bit.
Listen, Tommy. Listen to me, son. Sure, your father would feel that way about it. That's the way he was built. But the way I feel is we've done our share of this family. Now let others do theirs. Your father won a medal in the last war, and a bad heart that laid him low in the end. We sacrificed. He had your eyes, Tommy dear.
And my hair?
And your hair. Pitch black and all. Spitting image.
Gosh.
And your stubbornness he had. And the way you talk. Intense and never light in one place. You should have come one day sooner, son, and you'd have met him. Pity you never did. He was a wonderful man.
Yeah. I gotta act.
Good grief. Must you go banging tables like that?
Mom, I gotta get me a pair of longies.
Longies? Land sakes, what for?
I got a reason. I gotta get out of short pants right away. What do you say, Mom?
Don't be silly. Not till you're through public school. Next year, and not a day sooner. Oh, mercy me, you're not even in your teens yet.
Mike wore 'em by 12, and so did Larry.
But you're small for your age. Now, enough of that. Run along. Scat. I've got to get supper ready. Your brothers will be along any minute. And don't you dare continue plaguing them with your army nonsense. Hear? Do you hear, Tommy Tucker?
George.
What, Tommy?
I would.
Would what?
Support the house if you enlisted. I'd get a job.
Oh, my gosh, listen to kid diapers.
Mike.
Yeah, kid?
I know why you got underweight. I know why.
I wonder if Lucky Boy will cop the 7th today at Saratoga.
I think you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Beat it, kid. Beat it.
Make me.
Scramola.
Howie.
See, kid, I've got the ball. Third down. I'm calling the signals.
Howie, listen.
44, 88, 72.
Please.
7, 11, 29.
I'm talking to you, Howie.
12, 8, 33.
Larry, stop a minute. Listen. Stop fiddling while Rome burns. Larry! Dear God, if you'd only do one thing for me. Jump me to 18. Right now. Well, shucks. Why, I'm even small for my age.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
It's up to us, Tommy.
And to the republic for which it stands.
Tommy, to you, Tommy.
One nation, indivisible,
Tommy Tucker.
with liberty and justice for all.
God. Jump me to 18. Jump me to 18. I've got something to do.
Oh, something must have happened to him. My little boy, Tommy. He's never disappeared like this before. We've got to find him.
We will find him, Mom.
He'll be back, Mom. Take it easy.
All night. He's been gone all night.
With my corduroy pants.
And in that awful rain. Oh, something dreadful must have happened to him. I know it. I just know it. Tommy.
No,
Single line, man. And take it easy. You'll be in for the duration.
How the hell with Hitler?
Okay, Phillips, sign here.
Here?
Right. That's it. You're in the Army now, Phillips, an enlisted man. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Wait over there and see Dr. Wilson. Next. Name.
Thomas Tucker, sir.
Huh? Well, I'll be... What is this, a kindergarten? What do you want, kiddo?
What's the kid doing in line? I want to enlist, sir.
How old are you, Tommy?
18.
How old did you say?
18.
Why, you don't say.
Your mama know you're out, kid?
Oh, come around in about 5 or 10 years, my boy, and we'll...
Nothing doing. I'm here right now. I'm of age.
Look at him shivering. The poor little fella's drenched to the skin.
Oh, come now, Tommy, like a good boy. Fall out of line, will you?
I know I don't look it. I'm young for my age.
Now, look, Sonny, a joke's a joke, but we can't stop this war too long for it. Next.
Wait, please, sir. You must let me join up. I know I'm not 18, quite, but you can't say no. I won't let you. I've got to enlist. I've got to.
He's fainted. My gosh.
Hey, Doc, come here.
Hey, Doc, get him back. Bring it up, man. Bring it up.
All right now. All right.
How is he, Doc?
Why, this little fellow's suffering from exposure. Bad fever. Call an ambulance, quick. Looks like pneumonia.
He's going to be all right now, Mrs. Tucker.
Oh, Lord. This heart is truly grateful.
That goes for me, too, Mom.
And me.
And me.
When will we be able to see him, nurse?
As soon as he wakes, Dr. Baker says. Frankly, Mrs. Tucker, Tommy was a pretty sick boy. We didn't think he'd pull through.
Oh,
But you make yourselves comfortable here in the waiting room. I'll let you know.
thanks.
Thanks.
Imagine running off like that in the storm and getting lost.
Wandering around all night.
Hungry. Broke. Drenched. Pneumonia.
And what was he looking for? A recruiting station to enlist in the army. My baby. Why, he's only knee-high to a grasshopper. His father would have been proud of
It
him.
makes me feel kind of ashamed of myself.
Oh, no, George.
I feel sort of like to heal myself, Mom.
My.
Kid's got guts. Sure has.
All right, Mrs. Tucker, he's awake.
Oh,
Now remember, don't tire him. He's still very weak, you know.
yes, yes.
Hello, Ma.
Tommy.
I'm sorry, Ma. I swiped Larry's longies.
It's all right, kid.
But I didn't fool them at the recruiting station.
It's all right, kid.
Gee, George, I had to do it. You see, someone had to uphold the honor of the family. What would Dad say if he knew that none of us was helping? When our country's in such terrible, awful danger. See, Howie?
I see.
Understand, Larry?
You bet, Tommy.
Mike?
Right, Skipper.
Sure, Tommy.
Mom?
Your father would have been mighty proud of you, Tommy Tucker. Bless your heart.
And that's how little Tommy Tucker, age 12, recruited his entire family for Uncle Sam. It wasn't long after that bedside scene that his four brothers joined up in a body. And their good old mom, she's with the Red Cross, a nurse's aide. And Tommy? Tommy, he's a junior air raid warden. Now, I wonder about the rest of us here at home. Have we answered our call? Have you answered your call? The War Bond Quota Call is your call to the service. Draft your bonuses, your overtime pay, your salary, your dividends and profits for war. Every state, every city and county has a quota call it has to meet. We will fill our quota. 10% of our entire income must go into United States war savings bonds. This is our country. Keep it ours.
The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who donated their talents to this transcribed performance. Ezra Stone, who played the part of Tommy Tucker, and Mr. Henry Hall, who told you the story. A deep bow to Joseph Ruskall for the original script. The orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Hello?
John, I got it.
Got what, Daddy?
That trout rod. The $50 rod.
Where'd you get the money?
It was easy. I borrowed the $50 from a loan company. I got a whole year to pay, and I put up my house for collateral.
Oh, you drive a hard bargain, Daddy. When are you going fishing?
I'm leaving first thing in the morning. My stuff is all packed. I just have to go out for some extra hooks. I'm calling you from the sports shop.
Well, make sure you have everything you need. And happy fishing, Daddy.
Thanks. Well, so long, John. I'm dashing home for a final checkup on my camping equipment.
Goodbye, Daddy. Something tells me he'll never get to use that rod.
get your old man's tent up.
Wait, Red. Don't you think we'd better untie ropes, Pierre, first?
Untie him? No, he only gets in the way. But you can take that sponge out of his mouth if you like.
He'll only holler if I do.
Well, leave him alone. Are you going to help me with this tent or not?
Well, let's eat the bacon first. It's all fried.
No, I ain't hungry. Them 4 cans of beans is enough for me.
You want some more of those salmonades?
No. They don't taste good. I wonder what he packed them in for.
Daddy always takes them when he goes fishing.
Your daddy's a little goofy, ain't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, stick your head under this tent and hold it up while I push that stick under it.
That's his new fishing rod.
What of it?
I suppose it breaks.
Then we'll glue it. Come on, now, help me. Boy, this is a heavy tent.
Hurry up, Red. Push the rod under.
Okay, I got it. All right, you can come out. See how nice it stands up?
Mm-hmm. Where'd you put the glue, Red?
I pasted ropes to you in the crib with it.
Can we scrape some off his back?
Wow, look at that rod. It's in 6 pieces.
7. Here's a hunk that went through the top of the tent.
Snooks! Oh, Snooks!
Here's Daddy.
Holy smoke. Quick, you go down and keep him out of here. I'll try and fix the rod and bundle all the stuff up again.
All right. I'll keep him downstairs.
Snooks, where are you?
I'm coming, Daddy.
Stay there, I'm coming up.
Why?
I want to show you my new trout rod.
Mm-hmm.
$50. The only one-piece trout rod ever made.
1 piece?
Sure. As a rule, those rods come in sections. 3, 4, and even 5 sections. Did you ever see a rod in 1 piece before?
I seen one in 7 pieces.
Oh, you're thinking of that old cheap one I had. That was broken. This is different.
Is it?
Is it? It's an unbreakable rod. Come upstairs, I'll show it to you.
No, we can't go upstairs.
Oh, why not?
'Cause the painters are up there.
Painters?
Yeah.
Is Mummy having the upstairs painted?
Uh-huh.
Funny she didn't tell me about it.
There's a lot of things she don't tell you, Daddy.
What do you mean?
Well, she didn't tell you about Aunt Sophie, did she?
Aunt Sophie? What about it?
Well, today she was riding with Uncle Louie's car, and just as...
And what?
Oh, it's awful, Daddy.
Oh, what happened? She didn't have a collision, did she?
What's a collision?
An accident when 2 things come together. Is that what happened?
Yeah. She had twins.
Nonsense. I'd have heard about it long ago if Aunt Sophie had twins. Come on up.
No, stay.
What is it?
No, stay here, Daddy. I'll go look. It's nothing, Daddy.
Oh, what was it, Snooks?
Rockspear fell off the ladder and bounced on his head.
Oh, I thought somebody was monkeying with my fishing stuff. Just tell Robespierre to come down here.
He can't. He's busy.
Busy?
Yeah, he's going to be tied up for a while. I'm in the kitchen, Daddy.
No. There's something fishy going on here. Follow me upstairs.
No, but Daddy...
Follow me. I can't imagine why you'd want to keep me from going upstairs, unless... What's that smell?
What smell?
Coming from my bedroom. It smells awful.
Well, it can't be me because I'm out here. Maybe Rosie.
No. That's burned bacon.
Oh, I forgot to turn the stove off.
What? What stove?
Huh?
Snooks. You haven't been fooling with my camping stuff, have you? Tell me you haven't.
I'll tell you I haven't, Daddy, but when you look in there, you won't believe me.
Oh, I'm afraid to open the door.
Do you have to go fishing, Daddy?
Oh, that settles it. Well, courage now. Stay right with me, Snooks. Well, I opened the door. Now, if I can just open my eyes.
One of us better look.
All right, I will. Snooks, everything is just as I left it.
Come on, Daddy. Open your eyes.
They are open. What was that story about the painters? For a minute, I thought you'd been up to some mischief. Snooks, I misjudged you.
Yes?
Yes. And as soon as I check my things, I'm going to give you a quarter.
Daddy, just give me a dime and don't do no checking.
There's my tent and my sleeping bag, my tackle box, my stove all packed. Where's my rod?
I'll check it for a nickel.
Where's my rod? Where's my rod? My new rod! My $50 rod!
Are you looking for your rod?
Oh, I see it.
Where'd you leave it?
Wait, I think it might have rolled under the bed. I'll look there last.
Why?
Because if it isn't there, I'll drop dead.
Look there first.
All right. Let me reach underneath. I don't feel anything.
Here it is, Mr. Higgins.
Oh, thank you. Snooks, I can't imagine why I got you! Come out from under that bed!
Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Higgins.
What were you doing under there with my fishing rod?
Don't holler at him, Daddy. He was fishing.
Fishing?
Yeah.
Sure. You ought to see the one that got away. He was this
Stop
side.
it! There's no water under my bed.
There's a spring there, ain't there?
Stop making those jokes. And you listen to me, young man. Haven't I forbidden you to enter this house?
Yes, Mr. Higgins.
Then why do I catch you here today?
He didn't have no time to sneak out.
You be quiet!
Yes, Mr. Higgins.
Answer me, Red.
Mr. Higgins, I don't know why you don't like me. I like you.
Oh, you do.
Yeah, and he likes me, too.
Snooks, I'll thank you to stay out of this.
You're welcome, Daddy.
Mr. Higgins, I don't want to fight with you all the time. How about calling this war off?
I don't want you coming around here anymore. You always cause trouble.
Well, I only came here because I heard you was going fishing. I brought you some bait.
Oh, really? Have you got worms?
Sure. He brought some bait anyhow.
Well, maybe I've been a little too harsh with you. Oh, my rod. I'll tell you what. How'd you like to go fishing with me? Both of you.
Huh?
Certainly.
Good, I like
We'll have lots of fun. I'll show you how to catch trout. You'll see something happen when I make my first cast with this new rod.
I sure will.
Don't shake it like that, Daddy.
Oh, don't be silly. It's got plenty of whip. Wait till I put the fishing line on it. Now, let's see. Where's my line? I had 100 feet of line right here.
I think Robespierre was playing with it.
Robespierre? Well, why would fishing line interest the baby?
He got all wrapped up in it.
Where is he?
I don't know, but I ain't seen him for a long time.
I'm going to look in his room.
Well, me and Rex gone out.
Don't leave, either of you. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Well, I got the stuff packed pretty good, didn't I, Snooks?
Yeah. How'd you fix the rod?
I couldn't scrape no glue off Robespierre's back.
No?
So I used chewing gum.
Got any left?
Only 3 packages. Here, you can have some.
You heathen! What have you done to my child?
Look, tied him up, Mr. Higgins.
Yeah, but you glued him in the rubber boots.
The poor baby's bound hand and foot. He's covered with glue. And there's a sponge in his mouth.
Well, he was messing around with that old dirty hat you left here.
Dirty hat.
Yeah, the one we burned up.
That's my priceless fishing hat. Why did you burn it up?
It was full of flies.
Oh! Those were trout flies. They cost a fortune. Well, you're both going to pay for this dearly. Turn over.
Both of us?
Both of you. And this time I'm going to let you have it with my rod.
You might break it, Daddy.
Then it'll be my own fault. Turn over.
Yes, Daddy. Well, hit it real hard.
Don't worry. Here I go.
Break?
No.
You'll go this time.
Here we go again. Oh, my unbreakable rod. In 7 pieces.
Shall we all laugh, Red?
Let's holler.
Okay.
I'm a bum again.
Well, Mr. Ace finally got a job, and things brightened up in the apartment where the Aces moved when they lost their money. Marge's boyfriend, Neil Williams, got him a job selling real estate advertising on the paper where he worked. But one problem still remains. Betty, Jane's 18-year-old niece who lives with the Aces. She's such a serious type that Jane can't get her interested in any young fellows. Our scene now is the living room after dinner. Mr. Race is talking to Marge about his new work. Listen.
All I've been doing so far is learning the ropes. It takes a little time.
Of course it does.
I don't expect to earn any more than my salary the first couple of weeks, but as soon as I know who to contact for big advertising campaigns, I expect my commissions to bring in a great deal more than my salary.
Sure, it takes time.
Everybody down at the paper has been pretty nice to me, thanks to Neil.
Yes, I'm proud of that young man. He certainly came through in this hour of need, didn't he?
He certainly did. I can't have anything but the greatest of regard for him.
You and Jane both.
Jane? What is she?
Yes, she thinks he's about the last word now. Especially after that talk he had with Betty the other night.
Well, he's about the first person around here that could get Betty to talk even a little pleasantly. I can't understand her. I try to be pleasant and make small talk, but she gives me that cold, supercilious stare as if to say, why don't you go sit down and be quiet? You don't know what you're talking about anyhow.
Why, Mr.
Well, I can't help it. She's that
Don't
kind.
tell me she's got you buffaloed, too, with that highbrow talk of hers about the world and its trouble.
Well, I don't know what to talk to her about. I don't see how Neil did it.
He certainly had her eating out of his hand with that highbrow voice he affected.
The surprise was when she consented to let him bring some young man out here to meet her.
Well, that ought to be good. They should be here pretty soon.
Who's he bringing, do you know?
I don't know, but he promised to bring one up.
Well, I give up. She's the most obsolete girl I ever met. I talk myself black and blue in the face, and I can't get the first place with her. I just give up.
Good.
Good? How can you say good? You, her uncle.
Well, if he didn't pay so much attention to her.
Pay attention to her. After I promised my sister I'd try to find some fellows for her to go out with. My only sister's only child, my own flesh and bones, and you say I shouldn't pay any attention to her.
Well,
Now,
sure.
take it easy, Jane. What happened now?
What happened? She sits there in her room reading with her nose in a book all night long, and a shiny nose, too. She won't do a thing about getting dressed nice to meet this fellow Neil's bringing out. So all I do is take a comb and try to fix her hair a little, so she won't look so much like a scared crow. And she says to me, "Go away, Aunt Jane, you bother me."
Well, if you wouldn't...
Well, I looked at her a ghost. Well, I said, is that all the thanks I get for trying to pay for your hair so you won't look so terrible with those glasses that you wear all the time? And she says, I'm quite content with the way I look. And I said, well, you're certainly no Venus B. DeMille. And I walked out.
Venus B. DeMille,
Jane, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I couldn't help it. Who does she think she is, and how? Why, she should be glad I want her to look nice, and that I'm working my head to the bone trying to find some young fellows for her to go out with instead
Now,
of...
look, Jane, you're working yourself up to a state.
Well, I can't help
Well,
it.
take it easy, can't you? She's going to meet some fellow tonight.
Sure, Neil's bringing one out. He'll be here pretty soon.
I know, that's just it. I want her to look her best. Well, if not her best, at least she can look nice. She doesn't have to look like she just stepped out of a bandwagon, but she can certainly
Well,
look
she just doesn't believe in dressing up. What can you do about it?
Well, I give up. I ought to tell her to just go hire a kite as far as I'm concerned.
That's the idea.
But I can't because she's my only sister's
Oh,
only...
child, yes, I know. But why don't you wait till she meets this young man? If she likes him, she'll do all that herself. You won't have to coax her. Why work yourself up this way?
Well, I like to coach her. I want
Oh,
her
you
to.
do.
No, Jane. I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Of course.
Beg pardon? I mean, you're making a big fuss over nothing. There's nothing you can do if she's
Over nothing. I suppose it's nothing. When I told her if she went out with this fellow tonight to a dance or something, she could wear my fur coat.
You what?
Yes, I did. I suppose that's nothing. I suppose that's making a mountain out of a moleskin.
Out of a moleskin?
Oh, you can laugh, Marge, because she isn't your only sister's only child. You don't understand. You haven't even got a sister, much less an only child.
Oh, well, here they are now.
Oh, they're here. Honestly, if you would only let me...
Well, I guess I'd better let them in.
Yes, sir, you let them in. I'll go see if I can do something but Betty.
You stay right here.
But, Marge, I better tell her that
Plenty
they're
of time for that. You stop worrying yourself about it.
Hello, Ace. Hi, Neil. Hi tonight. Come in, Nicky. Yeah, come in, young man.
Thank you.
Nicky, this is Mr. Ace. This is Nicky Mansfield. Mansfield, glad to know you.
Pleased to meet you.
Come right in.
Hello, Neil.
Ladies, good evening.
Hello, Neil.
May I present my very good friend, Mr. Mansfield. This is Mrs. Ace, Nicky. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, pleased to meet your acquaintance.
And this is Miss Hale, Nicky.
Hello.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, won't you sit down and...
Take off your coat.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, Mickey, off with the coat. I'll take those. Never mind, no bother. We'll just lay them right here. Oh, I might as well hang them up. Take off your gloves, young man. Gloves? I haven't any. Oh, excuse me. I thought those were gloves. I can see now. Mickey and I just knocked off work. We haven't had a chance to clean up yet. You'll have to pardon our appearance, Jane.
Oh, that's all right, if you'll pardon our appearance.
Well, everybody here seems quite presentable.
Yes, but somebody might not. I think I better go call Betty.
Yeah, where's Betty?
Well, I'll bring her right in. She's reading in her room. She's been reading so much, Mr. Master. You'll have to partner her if she isn't presentable.
Oh, that's okay by me.
All right. Betty, they're here. Sit down, Mickey.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you work on the paper too, Mickey?
Oh, yes, I've been on the paper about 6 years.
Oh, 6 years. You must have started very young.
Started when I was 12.
Well,
yeah, Mickey started out as a copy boy. Oh, and what do you do now?
Copy boy.
Oh, sort of work your way up. Mickey's learning fast. He could be making greater headway than he is if he didn't have so many outside interests. And that's the young man you want Betty to meet? Well, he's the best I could dig up on such short notice. I told Mickey about Betty, and he said there was a dance tonight. It was hot stuff.
Yes, and a $10 prize for the best couple. Neil Williams, what are you talking about?
Me? I didn't say anything. That was Mickey.
Mickey, did Neil tell you anything about Betty?
No, not much. It's a blind date.
A blind date?
Yeah, but if Neil says she's okay, it's okay by me.
No, it's okay by you, is it?
Marge, I think we better let time handle that.
Neil Williams, you don't actually think you're going to get Betty to go with this young man to a dance?
Betcha.
Oh, betcha nothing. You know positively that
you wait and see. Is it a bet or bet $1?
It's a bet you lose. Sure, it's a bet.
Say, what about Betty? Is she as hard to get as all
Well, I think you're wasting your...
Oh, here she is. I finally found her. Betty, this is Mr.
Well, hello, Betty.
Hello, Neil.
May I present my friend, Mr. Mansfield? This is Betty, I don't think I know your last name.
Betty Taylor, Mr. Mansfield.
Glad to meet you, Betty.
How do you do, Mr. Mansfield? Well, sit down, everybody. Sit over here, Mr. Mansfield. Would you like a little something to eat, like a cup of coffee?
No coffee.
Betty, Mr. Mansfield was telling me just this evening that he's making a study of our so-called younger set.
He's off again. Well, that's interesting. And what conclusions have you come to, Mr. Mansfield?
Mickey is still working on it. His conclusions come later. In fact, tonight he's taking up the study of the younger generation's recreation. Their ideas on having a good time.
Seems to me they're doing nothing but having a good time.
Yeah, we always have a good time.
Tonight, Mickey intends visiting one of their dance halls.
Yeah, how about it?
I beg your pardon.
How about it? Getting kind of late.
Would you like a glass of milk, Mickey?
Nope, no milk.
Mickey is anxious for you to come along with him and observe these young folks at close range.
Me to one of those dances? I should say not.
Well, Neil...
No, thank you. Just the same, Mr. Mansfield. Well, Mr. Williams, I think that concludes our little transaction. Now, if you kindly come across...
Wait a minute, Marge. Betty, I don't think you're quite fair to my young friend. Here he comes all the way out here to invite you to a study of the young people at close range, and you refuse him.
But I don't have to study him at close range. Neither does your friend. Has he ever read Hellman's Decaying Civilization? Have you?
Me?
Yes, Mr. Mansfield.
Have I what?
Have you read Decaying Civilization?
No, how is it?
You should. It's most vital. Well, you'll see it when they make a movie out of it, won't you, Mickey? Maybe you and Betty can see it together when it comes out.
I'll wait for the picture. Betty, I'm disappointed in you.
Disappointed? Why?
Well, I thought you were really serious the other night when you spoke so glowingly on what was wrong with our modern youth.
But I am.
Oh, no, Betty.
Oh, I am, honestly, Neil.
I wish I could believe that.
But I want you to, Neil. I hate to have you not believe me. Now, wait a minute, Betty. Mickey is the one you're supposed to go.
You do? Then prove it.
How?
Go with Mickey and see for yourself.
Well, I will if you'll come along.
Me?
Oh, no, foul. I claim a foul. What?
Sure, I'll come along. Okay, Mickey?
Yeah, I guess so. Only this is the screwiest blind date.
Okay, Betty. Get on your best bib and sock.
I'll only be a minute, Neil. Oh, take your time, Betty. Mickey will wait. Do you want me to come in and help you? No, thanks, Aunt Jane. I'll be on it.
There you are. How's that?
Now, I want you to make her dance every dance, Mickey, because she's been working awfully hard and coming home and reading nights. Now, you just write your name after every dance on her program.
Well, what program?
You'll like her after you get to know her. She just hasn't had much fun, that's all.
Yeah, I can sure see that. Why don't you come along? I bet you'd be more fun.
You mean it?
Yeah, would you like to go?
Oh, hey.
Jane.
Oh, no, I don't think... you just take Betty.
I'd rather take you.
Oh, you would not. Would you?
Sure thing.
Oh, you would not.
All right now, Jane.
Oh, I'm old enough to be your older sister. No, you just go along with Betty. Would you like a cup of tea before you go?
Nope, no tea.
Well, would you like a cup of hot chocolate?
Nope, no chocolate. I wish you'd come along with us and let me buy you a scotch and soda.
No soda. Come along, Neil. I'm ready.
Okay, baby. Well, it looks like Betty's developing a crush on Marge's boyfriend, Neil Williams. We learn how they came out at the dance when next we meet the Easy Eight.
Our guest this evening is Professor Gardner Murphy, chairman of the Department of Psychology of City College, who makes a return appearance tonight to speak on the subject, Freedom from Fear. Professor Murphy.
Fear is a name for what we feel when we are threatened. Freedom from fear can come about in two ways, either through removal of the threat or through building within ourselves a means of defense against it. I must speak to you about both these methods of achieving freedom from fear. Now, we shall have to grant with candor that an ominous threat exists for us today, owing first to the unknown factors in the war, in the air, on the sea, and on land. Owing secondly to our uncertainty about the kind of world we shall confront after the war. We live in a world of danger. How can the danger, especially the immediate military danger, and the vague, unknown economic danger of our changing era be faced calmly, boldly, heroically? These are questions to which new and valuable answers have been achieved as a result of studies of wartime morale in the First World War, especially a study of the things which made men unafraid in the face of danger. Secondly, through the brilliant observations of Dr. Emilio Mira of Barcelona during the Spanish Civil War of 1936-38. And finally, through the astute and careful observations of British medical men in the last 3 years. We can say first, very positively, that danger is not so bad when there is something definite to do, a task assigned, to which we can, with energy, carry out our reasonable part. For example, when we find some specific war task, however slight, that is our own. Secondly, that fear is rapidly overcome when we can actually see how our own reactions to the danger weaken or threaten that which is a threat to us. For example, when the workers in war industries grasp the full significance of their own work. Third, that the example of those who behave like men can make men even of cowards. These principles mean in practice that air raid wardens, the police, and others charged with public safety know that it is futile to tell people merely to stay still and keep calm. People must be provided an active, preferably constructive task, both in the daily round and in moments of acute danger. Secondly, and in the long run even more important, we know that if economic dislocation, confusion, or insecurity faces us during the war or after the armistice, it will be futile to tell people to keep calm, to avoid panic and despair. But if every man and woman has been assigned a constructive role, clearly based on an economic plan which gives security to all, we shall know what to do, and we shall not be afraid. And just as the heroes of Bataan and Corregidor, or of the torpedoed tankers off our shores, show us all today what bravery is like, so tomorrow our political and economic leaders can, through their replacing of the individualistic struggle for power by quiet devotion, personal sacrifice, personal heroism, set a pace in the post-war era which will sweep away your fears and mine. So much for physical fears and their annihilation. But the deeper study of men and women who are chronically afraid shows that in the origins of fear, it is not enough to study the response to physical threat, the threat of death, or of economic catastrophe. The state of being afraid is often the indirect reaction to a disturbed relationship between people, usually arising from pride, arrogance on the one hand, humiliation, inferiority on the other. Human society is full of snobbishness, the struggle for prestige or status, keeping up with the Joneses, thinking of one's own social, religious, or economic group as better than another. We A's don't associate with those B's. Look at the way they eat, talk, dress. Or within one group, one man lords it over another. The other, crestfallen, compensates for his hurt feelings by passing on the arrogant behavior to someone lower in the scale, or by aggressive outbursts which he himself does not understand. The members of groups thus divided by the struggle for personal status at the expense of their fellows tend to develop states of chronic fear or anxiety. In particular, children who feel rejected, not loved as much as their brothers and sisters, grow up in anxiety. This chronic anxiety may arise, in particular, after long years of despair, in which youth has been uncertain of the future, doubtful of ever achieving a respected place in the world. It is not in the least surprising that to many such individuals, war is a bewildering experience. The normal fears of wartime can become greatly aggravated by jealousies between social, religious, and economic groups in the armed forces, and by jealousies between civilians and those in uniform. Such tensions may look, on the surface, like sheer, willful aggressiveness. Underneath, they may be due largely to fear. In other words, everything that can be done by military and civilian leaders to enable our American religious, racial, and economic groups to understand and to respect one another serves directly to allay our fears and to give us strength. America has always been based on the principle of unity in diversity. E pluribus unum applies not only to the separate states, but to the racial, religious, economic components which make up our collective life. But as Ordway Teed pointed out last week, it is not only for the present, but for the future, that we must be able to plan and work together. The long, hard, complicated economic readjustment after the war is absolutely certain to throw us back into the old suspicions and fears unless we begin to plan now, democratically, and with our hearts in the task, for a post-war society with jobs, security, and a decent standard of living for all. Men and women can be brave today if they know that they and their children, their own Ruth and John, their own Alf and Agatha, will be safe tomorrow. And if they know that the society of which their children are members will be based on mutual respect and collective planning for the full protection of the lowliest of its number. They will be brave if they know that the economic order of the post-war world is to be so justly and so solidly built that the fear of another war will have no basis. And if they know that the struggle, the agony of this moment, is an inevitable step in the realization of a good life for those who are near and dear to them, and to all who share with them in the life of a great American family. William James, one of the most superb students of human nature, whose centennial we celebrate this year, wrote a remarkable essay entitled The Moral Equivalent of War. Men are really men, he wrote, if there is something strenuous, something heroic to live for. When the time comes that men can abolish war, it will be possible, he believed, to achieve heroism only by actively attacking all the enemies of humanity, the forces of ignorance, stupidity, disease, and in the name of common humanity, driving them from the face of the earth. If we fight this war not only to defeat our immediate enemies, but to advance a step in the struggle against all these enemies of humanity, the struggle for a just, decent, really human society based on understanding, we can conquer not only the fears of today, but the lurking anxieties of an unknown future.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard a talk by Professor Gardner Murphy, chairman of the Department of Psychology of City College, on the subject Freedom from Fear. This was another in the series of weekly broadcasts presented by your city station in cooperation with the College of the City of New York.
Yank, the Army Weekly presents GI Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for, GI Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, right. The only address you need is Yank, the Army Weekly, USA. It's your newspaper, by and for enlisted men. Just put your requests in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Greetings, Gates, Gators, and all the rest of you GIs. We're ready to serve up some more of those jewels of jazz. And since it's a Coast Guard's inning, we're turning over the keys to the musical storehouse to Giles O'Connor, Seaman First Class. It's all yours, G.I. Giles of the Coast Guard.
Well, thanks, Pod. Fellas, we've lined up what you might call a 4-star feature for today. 4 fine numbers by 4 of your favorites. And here, raising the curtain, is that honey of a number recorded by Harry James called Mr. 5 by 5.
Mr. 5 by 5. He's one of those big, fat, bouncing boys, solid, avoidable. Mr. 5 by 5. He's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5 by 5. Got 15 chins and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real hep bat. He'd be Mr. 5 by 5. That man can really jump it for a fat man. The only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether it's coming on or going. Mr. 5 he's slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side.
Man, that was okay. Helen Forrest did the singing, and the old jukebox won't need a defrosting for a long time. And now, Coast Guardsman, what's cooking?
Corn.
Corn?
Yes, sir. Those off-the-cob rhythms by Spike Jones and his City Slickers that the men overseas are really going for. And today's tune is Barstool Cowboy from Old Barstow.
Say, I'll go for a generous helping of that myself.
Well, gather round then, 'cause Spike is passing it out.
A barstool cowboy from Old Barstow, and the barroom is his range. His hitching post is the old brass rail, and he'll rustle a drink with your change. Oh, his horse is rye, and he sure rides high when he gets a drink or two. He's a barstool cowboy from Old Barstow, and his brand is an IOU. When the last roundup's in order and the boys stampede for the bar, he's nearly south of the border, but he'll rope 'em in for just one more. He's a barstool cowboy from Old Barstow, and the barroom is his range. His hitching post is the old brass rail. If he can rustle a drink with your chain, he's home, home on the range.
Did you like that okay? Now, what do you say to spending a few minutes with Artie Shaw? It's your favorite and mine. It had to be you. Say, there's enough time left to bring you, as number 4 of our 4-star feature, that all-time pipperoo, the Andrews Sisters, with Brother Bing in Cheery Berry Bin. I'm through talking, fellas. Enough said.
When the moon hangs low in Napoli, there's a handsome gondolier. Every night he sings so happily, so his lady love can hear. In the manner so bravissimo, he repeats his serenade, and his heart beats so fortissimo when she raises her Venetian shade. Cheery-beery-bee,
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 cheery-beery-bee, he waits for her each night beneath her balcony. Cheery-beery-bee, he begs to hold her tight, but no, she won't agree. Cheery-beery-bee, she throws a rose and throws a kiss from up above. Cheery-beery-bee, 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 they're so in love.
cheery-bee, bee, 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 cheery-bee, bee, 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 cheery-bee, 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 cheery, but my bonnet in the beehive. Da-da-da-da, 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 cheery-bee-bee. He waits for her each night beneath her little balcony. Cheery-bee-bee, he begs to hold her tight, but no, she won't agree. Cheery-bee-bee, she throws a rose and blows a kiss from up above. Cheery-bee-bee, da-da-da-da-da-da.
Shoot spaghetti to me, Tony.
Cheery-bee-bee, they're so in love.
Cheery-beery-bee, che bel fatin, che sguardo dolce, assassin. Cheery-beery-bee, 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 che bel fatin.
Well, that winds up our little musical cruise for today, men. So we'll weigh anchor till the next time.
Thanks, Coast Guardsman, for the words and music. For the past 50 minutes, Yank, the Army Weekly, has been your supply sergeant in GI Jive. Remember, this is your show, and you call the shots. If there's anything you want to hear, write. The only address you need is Yank, the Army Weekly, USA. This program was produced for you fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
The best soldiers in the world are the ones who know what they're fighting for. And to make our soldiers the best informed in the world, the War Department has been presenting discussions before our troops at Army posts all over the country. Each Thursday at this time, for some weeks past, the Columbia Network has broadcast one of these talks from some Army post. In the past weeks, you have heard Edward R. Murrow, William L. Shirer, Lee White, Quentin Reynolds, and Herbert Agar. Tonight we bring you the concluding program of this series, What Are We Fighting For?, from Camp Claiborne, Louisiana. Here, 15,000 officers and men are assembled to hear a distinguished soldier of the First World War. To introduce him, we present the commander of the 82nd Division, Major General O.N. Bradley. General Bradley.
On October 8, 1918, Sergeant Alvin C. York, a member of the 82nd American Division, captured almost single-handed 132 German officers and men. For this feat, he was designated as the Outstanding Soldier of the AEF. The 82nd Division, known then and now as the All-American Division, has been reactivated and is now assembled on a hillside here at Camp Claiborne, Louisiana. Every present member of the division hopes to emulate the example set by Sergeant York. Today, the War Department announced the appointment of Sergeant York as a major in the Army of the United States. Men of the 82nd Division, here is your Sergeant York.
Thank you, General Bradley. I'm mighty proud to be here with my old division, the 82nd, even if it's only for a visit. The old 82nd was mustered out after the last war, but in the hearts of the men who served with it over there, the All-American Division never was and never could be mustered out. I'll never forget my first day with the old outfit at Camp Gordon, Georgia. It was in November 1917. They put me in the 21st Training Battalion, and it seemed like they had a job for me right off. They told me they were going to put me on the police. I thought that's not so bad for an old mountain boy, getting on the police the first crack out of the box. So the rest of the day I went around camp doing police work. Yes, sir, policing. Policing for scraps of paper and cigarette butts. Seriously, though, being here with the 82nd again is a peculiar feeling. It's like living something all over. Here you boys are training to finish the job we thought we had done for all time. The job of keeping our country's freedom from going under the heels of the dictator. Last time after the Germans hung out the white rag and we sailed home, we thought there'd never be another war. We doughboys didn't realize then, and some of the men in the higher places didn't realize, that freedom is not a thing you can win once and for all. We never owned freedom. We only got a lease on it. A payment came due in 17 and 18. Now another one is due. But this time we're going to make such a big payment that it'll be a many of a year before another one is demanded of us. The Germans have always underestimated us Americans. I remember one day back in the Argonne, when we took several prisoners, I noticed one German corporal looking us over, mightily puzzled. He could speak a little English. He asked if all of us in the outfit were Americans. We told him we were. He just shook his head. Didn't seem that he could take it at all. You see, the All-American Division was made up of boys from all over the country. There were boys from the mountains like me and boys from the small towns and cities. There were Southerners, New Yorkers, Middle Westerners, as well as boys from the cow country and the Pacific coast. And there were men whose folks had been Greek, Italian, Jewish, German, Polish, Swedish, and Irish. Just every strain of good American you could think of. It sure seemed to get this German corporal down. He just couldn't understand how we could all pull together and smash up soldiers of the great German race. Today, the Germans and the Japs, that goes for the Japs too, they can't get it through their thick heads that it's not your creed or your height, nor the color of your eyes that makes an American. It's our freedom and equality over the Constitution and our Bill of Rights that makes an American an almighty fighter. Once a man has tasted that freedom, he'd rather die fighting than to do without it for himself and his children. I've never doubted for 1 minute who's going to win this war. Already, we're over the hump. Like General Marshall said the other day, the time for action is near. The Germans say, all you fellas can't fight a modern war. You've got too much of that freedom and democracy stuff to win a modern war. Boys, I don't have to tell you what a big lie that is. It's because of his freedom and democracy that the American soldier has never and will never lose any war. The American soldier doesn't need any of the false morale that comes from a diet of pumping lies. He knows what he is fighting for, and he knows and can stand to know that the enemy is tough and well-trained and well-equipped. You don't have to tell him that the other fellow is a coward to make him fight. What's more, he can take it as well as dish it out. The American fighting man is like... The American fighting man is like high-grade spring steel. He can whipsaw around and bend if need be, but then he bounces back like the kick of an army mule. Now, your Jap, German, and Italian soldiers just hasn't got that advantage. He has been crammed fuller of lies than a possum with the Simmons at frost time. That's one of the big reasons why Hitler, the puny empire, and that flop Mussolini are bound to lose. Let me give you a sample from the last war. The Kaiser's propaganda sharpers told the Germans they needn't worry. They said the United States wouldn't ever be able to throw any real weight into that fight. They've got to keep their little old army at home to fight off the Indians. And the Germans had been swallowed up by lies so long that they swallowed that foolishness whole. So what happened? The Americans kept coming over, thousands on top of thousands, in spite of the Indians, and the shock was just too big for most of those Germans to take. They saw that their government had been feeding them plain, bare-faced flappadoos. Their heart went out of the most of the Germans. That's when the old Kaiser's throne broke down, and he caught himself some air for Holland. The Nazi Germans and the Japs have gone and made the same mistake. They built their kind of government on bloody lies. They've taught their troops that their enemies would run like turkeys whenever they showed up. They've sworn themselves blue in the face that nobody would ever be strong enough to bomb their homeland. Well, the Russians and the boys of Bataan and Corregidor have kind of taken one set of those lies down a few pegs. The RAF's air offensive over Germany and somebody's planes over Tokyo, of course we don't know whose planes, just in case the Jap is listening, anyhow. It looks like they made a little mistake on that lie, too. When our Navy and you boys really get a whack at those Japs and Germans, and when those fellas really learn what it means to pick a scrap with the American Eagle, well, boys, it's going to be too bad. When it's time to fight, America doesn't piddle around. They finish it up so they can get back to that pretty girl who's waiting for them at home. Back in 1918, when we first got to France, we were broke up in replacements for the French Army. A bunch of us boys from the 82nd Division were sent to the Vosges Mountains to help a French outfit. When we got there, the French officer in charge gave us a little lecture. None of us could parlez-vous, so we just said okay to everything he said. Next morning, the Germans came over. We let go with our Springfields and automatics, and I tell you, we really dusted their britches. And they turned out for home. Meanwhile, there wasn't a Frenchman in sight. They'd all retreated. Pretty soon the French officer came back. He was stomping mad. We couldn't understand what he said this time any more than we had before. About that time, an American liaison officer happened along. He told us what the French officer was so stirred up about. And it seems that in this sector, the French officer had an understanding with the Germans that one day he'd let the Germans take his front line trenches, and the next day the Germans would let his outfit take them back. That didn't suit our book at all. The American officer told that French fella that we'd come here to fight. Said if he didn't want us disturbing the peace in his part of the war, he'd better get rid of us. That's exactly what happened. That Frenchman had us transferred back to the All-American Division, back to the American forces. After that, General Pershing got all the Americans together and broke the Hindenburg Line. People say to me, Sergeant, how do you think these boys of 42 compare with those fellows who fought the last war? Now, I want to say to you boys of the 82nd Division that I tell the people who ask me that, I won't say you're a better natural-born scrappers than your fathers were. Americans have always been good fighters when they need be. But you boys are better trained and equipped. You are smarter and no more than any American army of our history. I am confident, the American people are confident, that you will do a better job than we did last time. Today, the threat to our American freedom is greater than this country has ever known. And I'll guarantee that the licking Uncle Sam's boys will give those fellows is going to be bigger than the threat.
Sergeant Alvin C. York, famous soldier of the First World War, has been heard speaking to officers and men of his whole division, the 82nd at Camp Claiborne, Louisiana, in the sixth and last of a series of broadcasts designed to keep our soldiers the best informed in the world. This series has been presented by the War Department and the Columbia Network to troops both at home and overseas, and was heard through the facilities of WWL in New Orleans. Mike Clark speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Soldiers, sailors, Marines, sound off! Hello, men. This is me again, old Hepcat Harry Von Zell, with orders to sound off with your favorite four. These are the selections you chose to hear by vote and ballot, so your bidding will be obeyed to the letter. May I pause to compliment you cats on your picks? A batch of sweet stuff and a hunk of hot licks. Special Service, Los Angeles, USA, has put the stamp of approval on each and every one, so lace up your boots, 'cause here they come. Number 4 on your tune parade. A slab of barbecue from the sweetmeats of yesterday, okayed by the gang in India. The tune, the title will give you a bang. I sent for you yesterday, and here you come today. Benny Goodman's band on the stand, and Johnny Mercer takes good care of the vocal end.
Don't the moon look lonesome shining through the trees? Don't the moon look lonesome shining through the trees? Don't your arms look lonesome when your baby's tied to leave? Sent for you yesterday, yeah, you come today. Today, sent for you yesterday, yeah, you come today. If you can't do better, might as well just stay away.
It's swell to hear those old classics again. But let's turn a page to the newest rage and dig the tune that's causing all the bird talk currently on the avenue. Number 2 on your favorite 4, terrific words with a knocked-out score. I note with much satisfaction that this ditty is the current kingpin with a certain gang over in Tunisia, and their votes were plenty potent. By the way, this is the first time on Sound Off for this tune, and it's titled, What's the Good Word, Mr. Bluebird? Noble Sissel's gang answers the question in double mellow time. Tell the man, Mr. Sissel.
today. Give me your word, Mr. Bluebird. Did you come to tell me everything's okay? I've been blue because there were no letters. Seeing you, hey brother, it made me feel much better. So what's a good word, Mr. Bluebird, before you fly away?
Say, now, make a note of that delicious lovely so we can hear it again, will you, gang? Well, all right. Attention, men. Get ready to lap up your sound-off special for this jive jest. Fasten your ears to the words and music of four guys who sound solid and mellow. The tune is labeled Roseanne of Charing Cross. Yes, sir, a new one. And the boys who serenade the fair maiden are the Four Vagabonds. Sound off.
Oh, baby, something's on my mind. Roseanne of Charing Cross, I'll keep your memory ever bright. Roseanne of Charing Cross, dressed in your uniform of white. There by my lonely bed, a lovely angel stopped and said that only thunder overhead, and that's how we met. Roseanne of Charing Cross, the rose you gave me never died. Roseanne of Charing Cross, it knows one day you'll be my bride, and it will live till then, until that happy moment when I know our paths will cross at Charing Cross again, Roseanne. When I know our paths will cross at Charing Cross again. Roseanne.
Oh, my mellow as moonlight and sweet as honey. Well, men, your tune parade fairly seeps in sweet sugar. Your picks are the best in the West. That was number 3, speaking candidly. So now we come to the spot that gets plenty hot. I happen to know that many shirts and socks and quite a few pennies depend on the title of the number 1 ditty this trip, so I'm going to take it lightly and politely. Yes, sir, some of the cats are going to lose their hats because this ditty will fool you. A certain gang in England really plastered us with pasteboards for the tune, You Made Me Love You. And it's Harry James's band with Harry's silver trumpet riding the clouds. Mr. James, put us in play. That makes 4, so there ain't no more. Yes, fellas, we've sounded off, hoping you'll take the hint and dig up a few favorites for tomorrow's Jive Jump. Sure do appreciate your interest in this little session in swing. Now pick your song or tune and vote for it till the cows come home. Send all ballots to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. I'll give you seconds on that. Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Good luck and good picking. Now, until we bounce together again, this is Hepcat Harry Von Zell, reminding you that Sound Off is presented for you fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! On Silver!
Lew Gorman was in jail. The law intended to keep him there for at least 20 years. But Gorman had other plans. For weeks he had been waiting to get one guard on duty. One particular guard whom he thought he could outwit. Finally his big chance came. He knew that vigilance was somewhat relaxed, and that aside from the man on duty in the room outside the cell, there were no other guards.
Hey, guard! Hey, you!
Quiet down there, Gorman. I got nothing to say to you.
Come here. I want to tell you something.
Well, make it short, then. What is it you want to say?
I'm jailed for smuggling. That's the story, isn't it?
You know doggone well it is.
Oh, wait, don't go away. Let me finish.
I got no time to listen to such rot.
I heard some men talking outside my window. They said there was still plenty of drugs being brought over the border.
Well, at least you're not sharing in the profits.
No, but don't that prove something?
What?
Don't you see? Don't it prove when they framed a case against me?
You weren't framed, Gordon. You were convicted on plenty of evidence.
I still claim I was framed. He's an innocent man doing this jail term. The fact that Smuggler still goes on proves it.
It don't prove anything of the
Yeah,
sort.
but
it proves that you had such a slick, well-greased, smooth-working organization built up that, well, it's going right on working even if you're not there to lead it.
All right, that settles it.
Settles what?
I see I've got to break down and use my last resource. I didn't want to do it, but God, you're a man. You can savvy what it means to look ahead to the rest of your life in jail.
You deserve all you get.
It'd be bad enough if I was guilty of smuggling. Being innocent, I just can't stand it.
You're as innocent as the man that shot Lincoln.
Oh, God, you misjudge me like everyone else.
Is that all you had to tell me?
God, let me ask you. Isn't there still smuggling the drugs over the border?
Yeah.
Then don't that prove I wasn't the one that was doing it?
Well, it proves there are still smugglers we haven't caught. That's all it proves.
You didn't find anyone that could identify me as a smuggler.
Now, look here, Gorman. If you'd been more in the open, we'd have had evidence that'd hang you. We know how you kept away in the background making plans and things without letting most of your own gang know who you were. We got you dead to rights with smuggled drugs in your possession.
God, I'm going to take a long chance. I'll likely be killed for squealing, but it's better than to stand here to rot in jail. I'll give you the name of the real head of the smugglers, the one that framed me for the crimes. You can't refuse to take the name and investigate. Here, come close now. Write it down for you.
You know, nothing could amaze me more than to find that you're telling the truth.
Here, God. Let me take your pencil. I'll write it out here.
All right, I'll...
Oh, gotcha. Rattle-headed fool. You came close to the bar so I can get a hold of you. A minute you'll be unconscious. And I'll just help myself to your keys and to my freedom. There'll be more than one black market in me. What do I care as long as I can have my freedom?
The next day, an Indian raced across the plains at the top speed of his powerful paint horse. He reined up at a ranch house, shouted to the open door.
Aye!
When a man appeared, he cried out,
Luke Gorman, him get out of jail. Luke Gorman, him escape. You spread word. Get him up, scout.
On he raced, heading south, pausing only long enough in each community to spread the news.
He on guard. Luke Gorman out of jail. Him broke out last night. Get him up, scout.
Farm and ranch, through town and village, rode Tonto, the Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, to warn everyone that a killer was at large.
Get him up, scout. Get him up.
Many miles from where the prisoner had been captured and jailed, a girl named Sally Marker heard the news. She hurried home to tell her mother.
That's the truth, Ma.
Oh, Sally. Gorman out of jail after all the trouble to put him there.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mother. We've got an extra special reason to want Gorman sent back to pay in full for his crimes.
I know, dear.
He killed Pa.
That was never proved.
No, but we know he killed him. Pa was the sheriff, and he was almost ready to smash the whole gang of smugglers that Lou Gorman was working with when he was killed.
Yes, dear, but...
The new sheriff here doesn't even know what Gorman looks like. Gorman was captured and jailed a long ways from here. I don't think any of the lawmen around here know him by sight.
I don't know him myself, Sally.
All right. But I think I know where to find him.
You?
Yes. Remember, Mom, I was with Pa when he died.
Oh, yes.
Well, he told me something. He said that Gorman's smuggler gang had their headquarters near here. And he said that Gorman had a hideout not far from town.
Gorman did? What for?
Well, Gorman didn't have much to do with the rest of the smugglers. He had a hideout and worked from there.
A hideout?
Yes. You see, the boss of the gang used Gorman as a sort of spy, to be sure none of the gang tried to double-cross. Gorman went to this hideout for his orders. And I'll bet he'll go there now. It's a cave a few miles from town.
Sally, this isn't anything that you should mix into.
But, Mom, the new sheriff won't know about the hideout. He won't know Gorman when he sees him. I've got to tell him about it. And I've got to hurry or Gorman will be there and gone.
Now, I wonder who that can be.
Howdy, Miss Marker.
Why, Miss Pringle.
Mind if I step in? How are you, Sally?
All right.
Do come in with her, Prindle.
My sakes alive, did you hear the news? That smuggler named Gorman that was in jail in Amaranth is out and running wild.
Yes, we heard about it.
I thought of you ladies first thing I heard of it.
You did?
Oh, there was talk that Gorman was the one who shot your husband, Miss
That's
Marker.
the truth.
But there never was any proof of
Oh,
it.
my, I do hope he don't come here to get you, too. Do you know anything that'll be dangerous to him?
Not very much.
I mean, well, you know what Gorman looks like, don't you?
Neither Sally or I know him on sight.
Oh, well, then, maybe he won't have any reason to do any murders here. I'm glad of it. I'd hate to think he'd head right for here and start shooting people.
I'm going now, Mom.
You going someplace, Sally?
I want to talk to the sheriff.
The sheriff? He's not around.
He isn't.
No. Sheriff and his deputies left town to hunt for Gorman.
Mrs. Prindle, are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I helped put up the food for the sheriff to take along with him. He plans to be gone for 2, maybe 3 days.
Oh, Sally, you might as well sit down and wait for him to come back.
But, Mom, it'll be too late then. Gorman will have come and gone. There's only one thing to do.
No, Sally, please.
I've got to. I'll take Pa's old shooting iron in case I need it.
Oh, Mrs. Prindle, I'm worried.
What was the girl talking about?
Her father told her about some cave near here. It's a place that Gorman used to use as a hideout.
Oh.
She thinks Gorman will go there.
Oh, but why should he go there
That's
if
just
the place is known?
Just as Sally's the only one that knows about it. She wanted to take the sheriff there, but he's out of town.
What would Gorman go there for?
Oh, I don't know, but if he is there, and Sally alone, I hate to think of what might happen.
The widow Prindle left the house and hurried home. There she called a man named Jenks, and her manner changed to one of flinty hardness.
I found out that the girl did get told a few things by her old man, Jenks. She knows about the cave.
She does, huh?
Yes, and she's going there now. If she gets there, she's likely to find Gorman.
I'll get there pronto.
Tell Gorman to wait there till we send further orders.
Right.
And see that the girl's tied and kept there with him. I have to think over what to do about her. She knows too much.
But, boss, I don't know Gorman when I see him.
Well, you fool, if there's a tall, bearded man there, it'll be Gorman, won't it? Who else knows of the place?
I'll get there fast.
The opening of the cave a few miles from town was hidden by dense underbrush. One could pass within 3 feet and never notice. Sally reined up in the nearby trees and...
Oh, there. That's where the cave is. The place where I used to play when I was a little girl would become the hideout of...
Sally's thoughts broke off abruptly when she caught sight of a horse ground-hitched beyond the fringe of trees that grew near the opening of the cave.
He's in there. Oh, if only I can get the drop on him.
Drawing the heavy .44 her father used to carry, the girl crept softly toward the bushes. She made barely a sound as she parted the dense growth and forced her way toward the well-hidden opening. She didn't know that every move she made was watched by the tall man who crouched just inside the cave. Then suddenly...
Stand still.
Oh.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, it's Lou Gorman. You are Lou Gorman.
How did you come here?
Because I came to capture you. And the sheriff's men are right behind me. You might as well surrender.
The sheriff's men? How did they know?
Surrender and give me your guns.
Better take that gun of yours before you start shooting.
Oh, you...
Now, talk quickly. And be sure you tell me the truth. Who are you and why are you here?
Gorman, you killed my father. You're going to pay for it this time. 20 years in jail wasn't bad enough for you. I hope you do kill me. The sheriff's men can close in then and they'll hang you for it. If you don't kill me, you'll have to shoot it out with them.
The sheriff is nowhere near here.
But he...
I'm sorry, but I'll have to tie you up.
You hear the horse coming, don't you? Better get ready to shoot it out.
I think this rope will hold you for the time being. I'm not concerned about the sheriff's men. I know where they are. All right, everything's clear. Come on in.
Good.
I had a visitor before you came, and I...
Carter, huh? I came here to warn you that she was on the way.
Jenks, so you're one of the gang.
It's too bad you had to find it out, Miss Sally. Because now you're too dangerous to us to go free.
Did you bring any instructions?
Yeah, she ought to wait here until tonight. Then I'll come with more orders for you. The girl's to be kept here, too, and kept roped so that she can't get away. You watch out for her. You know her old man was a sheriff.
Yes.
And they say that she's almost as smart as he was. Well, there's no need for me to stay here as long as you got the girl a prisoner.
I want to see the boss.
I don't know about that, Gorman.
You tell the boss to come here tonight. I've spent a lot of time in jail, and I'm going to be paid for it.
I'll pass the word.
See that you do.
Right. Now I'll shove on.
You needn't worry about the sheriff. He's away out on the plains looking for you.
I'm not worried.
I'm downright sorry about you, Miss Sally. I'd sooner see almost anyone else in that fix.
Save your sympathy. You'll need it someday for yourself.
Well, there's room for an argument there, but I ain't got the time now. Keep a close watch on her, Gorman.
I will.
So long.
Well, you've gotten yourself into a fine mess.
I've learned that Jenks is one of the gang, and I've learned that he knows the boss. Just wait till I tell that to the law.
You think you'll have a chance?
My pa was a sheriff. He told me a few things about dealing with crooks. One of those things was to keep a spare gun hidden. You made a mistake when you tied my hands in front of me instead of in back. Here's the small gun I had in my blouse. Now get your hands up, you're covered.
I was going to untie you anyway. I'll go ahead with my plan.
Never mind. After I've shot you, I'll get your knife.
Sally, listen to me. Lou Gorman was captured an hour after he escaped.
That's a likely story.
It's the truth. He's back in jail right now, and he'll be guarded so he'll never have another chance to escape.
Go on. Sounds funny.
The recapture of Gorman was kept a secret so I could come here. I posed as Lou Gorman in the hope of capturing more of his gang.
That's a slick story, but it won't go with me. Mr. Gorman, say your prayers quick, because this 6-gun is going to speak with hot lead.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Outside the smuggler's cave, Sally Marker held a gun point blank on the tall, bearded man who stood before her.
So you can get ready to face your maker. I'm giving you a shot in the chest, not a shot in the back like Pa had.
Sally, I've told you that Lou Gorman, the real Lou Gorman, is in jail.
I don't believe it.
Did your father tell you about this cave, this hiding place of the gang?
Yes?
He told me about it, too. Did he ever tell you about a horse called Silver and the man who rode him?
Silver?
The man who usually wore a mask and fired bullets that were made of silver?
Yes, he did. But you have no mask.
This beard's a disguise.
I saw the horse. The white horse.
Wait. Now listen. Here, Silver. If I call again, you'll break his tether and come here on the run.
Then you are the Lone Ranger.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you're the one... Pa told me about you.
I'm going to untie you, Sally, and we've got to get you away from here. If Jenks comes back, he'll have instructions to kill you.
But what about you?
You'll have to tell some sort of a story about your escape. Now, there's one thing you must do. You've got to wait until after dark before you go into town, and then slip into your home quietly so no one will know that you're there.
All right.
We don't know who really heads a smuggling gang. Might be almost anyone in town.
You're sure the head man is in town?
The government men who have been working on the case are sure of it. Everything points to it.
Maybe it's Jenks.
Might be.
He kept speaking of the boss, but that might be nothing but a dodge. He himself might be the brain.
That's one thing we want to find out.
Let me help.
You can help most by doing what I've asked.
Oh, what if I'd shot you?
I don't think you'd have really fired.
I would, if I could get the drop on the snake that shot my father. Oh, if I only knew who it was.
Gorman?
I thought Gorman planned it, but I wasn't sure whether he was the one who did the actual shooting. If Gorman isn't the real leader of the gang, it might be someone else.
Now you'd better get away from here.
I will, but what can you tell Jenks when he comes back tonight?
I'll think of something.
If I could help you by staying here.
No, please go.
Perhaps if I made believe I was still the prisoner. Made believe I was tied until Jenks came and went.
No, you've got to get away. Now go.
All right. I'll go. But I want to help if I can.
While Sally Marker rode slowly toward the town, Jenks reported to the boss who made all the plans for the smuggling gang.
And you listen here, Widow Prindle. That Sally Marker girl is going to be dangerous if something's not done about it.
So it seems. Just like an old man.
What's the answer?
She doesn't suspect me, does she?
I don't know how she could.
I was afraid something would have to be done when I called at her house earlier in the day. I had a hunch all along she knew about that cave.
Gorman went there, all right.
Yeah, I thought he would. Gorman's a good man, but he's got to be told just what to do. He's there now?
Yes, I'd never seen him
No,
before.
I know it.
He's a smooth-talking hombre.
He sure is. I wonder if he could take Sally over the border.
Why not?
She could be disposed of there easier than around here.
Well, I'll tell him.
It's too bad, but that's what'll have to be done. I'm sorry for Miss Marker. It'll be a blow to her.
Not going soft-hearted, are you?
Me, soft-hearted? Not on your life.
Now, what about getting Gorman over the water?
He's got to be got there, and tonight at that. I want him safe on the other side before the sheriff and his posse get back.
Well, what are the orders?
Have him slip into town around midnight. There'll be a man with papers and change of clothes waiting in the shadow of the livery stable. He'll get the clothes and the papers and the place to meet the rest of the boys when he gets south of the border. Is that clear?
Yes, I'll tell him.
Shadow of the livery stable at midnight. I'll tend to the rest.
Good enough.
I'll be over at the Marker house tonight. I told Miss Marker I'd spend the evening with her. She's afraid Lou Gorman might stop to call on her.
And fearing Lou Gorman, she entertains his boss right in her own house. That's a good one. I sure got to hand it to you, Widow Prindle.
Now get moving. I'm going to Marker's house.
I'm very glad you came, Miss Brindle. Sally's just been telling me the most amazing thing. We've had all our worry for nothing.
Sally?
Yes, I know such a day as I've had.
I'd like to hear about it.
Well, for a time, I thought I'd been made a prisoner by Lou Gorman. But then I learned the truth. Gorman was recaptured by the law. There's another man posing as him.
Think of that, Miss Brindle.
You say there's another man posing as Gorman?
Yes. He's trying to find out more about the smuggling gang. And who do you think he is?
Who?
You'd never guess in 100 years.
Well, no, who is it?
It's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yes. I mustn't let anyone know about it, so don't say a word, will you, Mrs. Brindle?
Oh, no. No, of course not.
I'm that relieved to think that Gorman is back in the jail where he belongs. Now, if only the rest of the gang can be caught.
Sally, how do you know for sure the man's the Lone Ranger?
The horse. That's one of the reasons. The horse named Silver. And the way he spoke. And the fact that he let me go, knowing he'd have to account to Jenks when he got back.
There's another thing, Miss Brindle. Just imagine. Jenks is one of that gang.
It mightn't be good judgment to let on you know it.
Oh, Sally won't breathe a word until the sheriff gets back in town.
Sally, what the Lone Ranger look like?
I couldn't see his face because of the false beard he wore. But he had nice eyes, and the nicest way of talking, and he was broad-shouldered.
Oh, mercy me. Merciful goodness.
What's the matter?
I do declare, I just remembered to come away and left the bacon in the oven with the fire going. I've got to hurry right home.
Bacon? Do you bake at night?
Well, I had a good fire in the stove, and I thought I'd do some bacon while the oven was hot. I have to run along right away. Sally, why don't you walk over with me, and then we'll come back later.
All right, Mrs. Brindle.
You won't be long.
I know. You come too, Miss Marker. We'll spend what's left of the evening at my place. I've got some recipes I'd like to show you.
Well, I don't know the night air.
Oh, come on, Mom.
Do come.
Well, all right. It's supposed to be a nice change.
I left a lamp lighted in the window there.
I see you did, Miss Brindle.
I always feel funny going into a house where there's no light. Here we are. Now step right in and make yourself at home.
After you, Mom.
I do declare. It's first time in ages that I've been out after dark.
There, now sit right down.
Thank you.
I'll be back in just a minute.
I wish you could have seen the Lone Ranger, Mom. Gee, with him out to get the leader of that gang...
Sally, dear, please don't talk about the smugglers. I'll never forget the sight of your poor father when he was brought home, because he tried to wipe out that gang.
I'm sorry, Mom, but I do so want to see the work Pa started finished up. It makes me feel glad to know that a man like the Lone Ranger's on our side.
There they are, Scar. You two are in for the surprise of your life. Come Meet Scar Fenner and Red Mason.
There's no use of you two starting a rumpus, because if you do, we'll have to gag you.
Scar, Red.
Who are these men?
Friends of Lou Gorman and friends of Jenks.
Gorman, Jenks.
And friends of mine. Trusted friends of mine.
Get ropes on them, Red.
You mean you, Mrs. Prindle?
The boss says we're not to hurt you unless you start yelling.
Now I see. Maud Pringle, you're the leader of the smugglers.
Well, you had to find it out sometime.
Well, you smooth-talking, simpering old cat. You're to blame for the death of my father.
And you'll be lucky if you don't follow him before you're done. Now save your breath and be quiet while the boys tie you.
And we told you...
Hurry it up, Scar. We've got to tell Jenks that it's the Lone Ranger he's got in tow when he goes over to the Lone Ranger.
This won't take long.
Like fun, it won't.
Here, hold her.
I'm not getting tied without a fight.
She slipped away. Grab the rat. I don't know how the boss will take it, you letting that girl escape.
Yeah, you'll find out. What am I to do when we get to the livery stable?
Well, there'll be a man there with another outfit of clothes, and he'll take you over the border. The boss wants you to work south of the border now, where it'll be safe from the law on this side.
All right.
Hey.
What's the matter?
Look over there in the shadows of the livery stable. What do you see?
Several men. What about it?
Well, looks like there's been a change in the plans. I thought there was to be just one man there.
Maybe I'm to have company when I ride south.
It looks so.
There they come.
That's Scar Laughlin's voice. Hi there, Scar.
Bring him in here, Jenks.
Yes, I got here last. Fred, you here too?
He's here and so others of the outfit.
What's up?
Get off that horse, mister.
Well, what's the trouble?
So you're supposed to be Luke Gorman.
That's Jenks here.
Sure he is, Scar.
Yeah?
You never knowed Gorman, did you, James? No, I never seen him before. Well, I have, and this man's different. He's no more Luke Gorman than I am. What I thought... What about the prisoner he had? Where is she?
I told Jenks about her.
Never mind going over that again. We've got work to do, and the sooner it's done, the better. But, Scar, what the Sam? They told us all about this hombre. You know who he is? I thought he was He's Gorman. The Lone Ranger. What?
That's right, Jenks. That's who he is.
Go on, you. Try and deny it.
Well, you haven't heard me deny it, have you?
And you wouldn't get far if you did. But where's Gorman? Back in the jail. Why, this whole thing is a trap to get us. But we found out about it in time. If this critter had been able to go through with his plans, he'd have had the lot of us and all the evidence he wanted. The law would have put us all in company with Lou Gorman.
In jail.
Why, do you mean to say...
Well, now that you know who I am, I suppose you'll give me the same as Sheriff Marker got.
That's what you've got coming. But, Scar, what about that girl, Sally Marker? He let her escape. And she knows that I'm one of the gang. She and her ma are tied up in the boss's house right now. They're going to be taken on a long trip. I hope the girl didn't tell anyone else.
Thanks. You think I'm here alone?
No. You got the company of all of us.
Let me get a crack at him.
That's Sally. How did she get out?
Sandy, come back here. I'll shovel kill her.
She's shooting. Then shoot back.
No, you don't.
Oh,
Don't take charge. Closing, boys. Go on and get him.
It's the sheriff.
Get hands up.
Not while I can fight it.
Now what you're told.
Good work, Lone Ranger. That's two of them you smacked down with your fist.
Rest of you throw down your guns and get your hands up. We heard the whole thing. We was in the livery stable ever since Tonto told us who the boss of the smugglers was.
Jenks, get on your feet. You see, Tonto followed you from the time you left me in the cave. The sheriff was hidden and waiting for Tonto to report.
He didn't leave the town at all.
Nope. I was waiting to close in as soon as the gang was rounded up.
Oh, if only I could have drilled a couple of them.
Tonto, this girl shouldn't have come here.
And me go to house. Deputy capture boss woman. Me untie girl, untie mother. Girl, grab gun, come here and run.
I was afraid they'd kill you.
Thanks, Sally. You certainly would have saved my life. Steady, big fella. Sheriff, you have the gang now.
You'll find a lot of smuggled goods in the widow's house.
Yep. We'll have all the evidence we need, to say nothing of the confessions and admissions we overheard, and the threat against Mrs. Marker and Sally. Why, there's enough to jail a pack of them for life, and 20 years left over.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30, New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike acts as host at a nationwide Information Please party. You furnish the questions, and our experts try to answer them. For every question used, Lucky Strike will reward you with $10 in defense stamps. If the question is muffed, you get a total of a $50 defense bond plus the 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. Now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, from its very first broadcast, Information Please has been completely unrehearsed and spontaneous, and we intend to keep it that way. Now, tonight, John Curran and Franklin P. Adams represent the veteran end of Information Please, and our two guests are the brilliant screen actor, John Carradine, and the world-famous conductor of the London Philharmonic, Sir Thomas Beecham. We're going to begin with a question from Mrs. Charles A. Green of Trenton, New Jersey. Now, gentlemen, I'm going to quote the end part of a cliché, and you are to give the phrase which precedes it. I can't do a thing with it. Mr. Carradine.
Just washed my hair.
Very good. Mr. Adams, you had no any alternatives.
I would have said that, but I would have imitated a woman.
Go ahead.
I can't.
That was Mr. Carradine getting Mr. Adams out of his spot. Now, here's another cliché. The end of it, rather. You have gained a son. Mr. Adams.
And lost a daughter.
Well, I think, you see, the first part of the cliché is what you have to begin with.
Oh.
Now, what would the first part be? Just the opposite of what you said.
Same thing.
No, you haven't lost a daughter. You have gained a son. Isn't that it?
Supposed to be said in a marriage, isn't it, or something?
Yeah, I think so, approximately. Look like sisters is the end of the cliché. What's the beginning of it? Look like sisters, Mr. Adams.
Mother and daughter.
Mother and daughter look like sisters, yes. Or if you were talking to someone directly, you would say, Madam, you and your daughter look like sisters. Wouldn't you, Mr. Adams?
I not only would, I do.
I'm sure you would. Here's the fourth and last of these. This is the end of the cliché. I can't lose a pound. Give me the first part of it. I can't lose a pound. Mr. Carradine.
No matter how much I exercise.
Yes, very good.
It's true of me, you can see that.
Yes, Mr. Carradine is a little inclined to thinness. What would you ever do if you were supposed to play Hamlet, Mr. Carradine?
Why not?
Your figure.
He was very sad. Why shouldn't he be thin?
He was scant and fat. He was fat and scant of breath.
Yes, he was a little.
No, he was faint and scant of breath. I have a modern emendation of that.
How about this one, gentlemen? This was made up by Mr. and Mrs. Richard Garrett of York, Pennsylvania. Both of them sent the question in, and if they should win, they get 12 volumes of the Britannica apiece. What scrap metal might these characters contribute to the war program? Let's get 3 out of 4 on this. Did you get that, Mr. Adams? Scrap metal. Brunhilde. What scrap metal might she contribute? Brunhilde.
Hold on.
Sir Thomas, you know Brunhilde is an old friend of yours.
Yes. Well, she wore a ring, which Siegfried gave her.
Oh, that's right. I know that. What other scrap metal might she have?
And she had a shield.
Yes.
And a spear.
Yes, shield and spear. Wasn't there a full suit of armor?
Yes, she had a breastplate.
And what did she ride around on? Something?
On a horse.
And what did the horse have on the end of his feet, Sir Thomas?
The end of his feet. Nothing in the opera.
Don't you use horseshoes in the opera?
No.
Well, why do they speak of the golden horseshoe then down here?
Well, I don't
That's in the audience.
That might be. Mr. Carradine.
The golden horseshoe is that row of parterre boxes.
Good for you, Mr. Carradine. That's what I wanted to get. Yes, that's very true. And how about Maud Muller? What scrap metal might Maud Muller contribute to the war program? Mr. Carradine.
Well, a zinc bucket.
What was it? Was it a bucket or was it a tin cup that she offered to the judge? What else? What other metal did Maud Muller have, Mr. Curran?
Well, she could have contributed a set of horseshoes, too.
How's that?
Well, she was raking the meadows sweet with hay. We hope she wasn't doing it by hand.
That's right. Her rake was iron.
Her rake was iron, yes, as Mr. Adams reminds us. Well, she wasn't using a horse in the...
Well, either way, she should have had some iron.
Well,
You can't rake hay with a horse.
No, heavens, no. The rake itself is the...
No, the
is
judge
metal.
had a horse.
The judge had a horse. Yes, we're not asking about the judge, Mr. Adams. Don't bring in these unnecessary characters. How about the ghost of Marley? The ghost of Marley, M-A-R-L-E-Y. What scrap metal might he have contributed? Who is the ghost of Marley?
It's something from Dickens. But
It
I
is
can't
indeed,
remember
Mr.
why.
Mr.
Christmas
Kieran?
Carol.
That's right.
Quite right.
Must have been a clanking of chains.
Yes, chain. Matter of fact, it was made of cash boxes and keys, that sort of thing, wrought in steel. How about Bassanio? What might he contribute? Bassanio, Mr. Kieran.
He could have given a lead casket.
Yes, from the famous casket scene in The Merchant of Venice.
Any metal.
Beg pardon?
He made comments on other metals.
Yes, he did, gold and silver. How about this one from G.H. Godfrey of Eugene, Oregon? I want you to ask to give us a line of poetry that might be suggested by the title of each of the compositions you're going to hear. There are going to be 3 compositions played. The title should in each case suggest to you a line of poetry, perhaps. Let's have the first, Mr. Kahn. I know you all recognize Sir Thomas.
Land of Hope and Glory.
Is that what's being played?
Yes.
Is it is that the same tune as Pomp and Circumstance?
Yes.
I would say Gray's Elegy.
Why would you say that?
And all that pomp and all that glory gave.
Well said.
That's approximately that. I don't remember the exact line. Can you give us another line with pomp or circumstance in it? There are a couple from Shakespeare. There's one from...
Othello.
Very good, Sir Thomas.
Right,
Remember?
Pomp and Circumstance of Glorious War.
Oh, yes, that's the one.
Farewell, the plume, the armored camp.
Good enough, Sir Thomas. Now, the next one is perhaps a little harder. Let's listen to it, Mr. Kahn. What's being played?
Phoebus and Pan.
Phoebus and Pan, by whom, Sir Thomas?
Bach.
Yes. And can you give us a line?
Hark, hark, the lark at heaven's gate sings, and Phoebus skins arise.
Ah, that's a very good one, yes. Thank you. Mr. Kieran, do you have another in your mind?
Well, on Pan.
Oh, how about Pan?
And Pan by noon and Bacchus by night, fleeter of foot than the Fleetfoot Kid, etc., by Swinburne.
I like that etc. part. That's the part I recollect, yes. Another one from Mrs. Browning. Remember that?
Yes, Sweet, 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 O Pan, piercing sweet by the river. A musical instrument by E.B. Browning.
Thank you very much. That's a 100% reply, Mr. Kieran. And now the third and last of these compositions. Mr. Kieran.
Goodbye, proud world, I'm going home, or anything like that.
What's being played?
Till we meet tomorrow.
Yes, good night, sweetheart. Yes, that would do. There's one which is almost exactly...
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow.
How about from Juliet, Romeo and Juliet,
Parting
good night,
in
good
such
night.
sweet sorrow.
Yes, that's the one which would be an exact equivalent. How about this from James Snyder of York, Pennsylvania? Who bested his rival in getting the girl by accepting her proposal? There are going to be 4 of these situations. Who bested his rival by accepting the proposal of the girl? Is that situation unclear to you?
Unclear to me.
Unclear to you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams is always frank. I'm thinking Mr. Carradine.
Could it have been Paris?
Don't think so. The one I'm thinking of is John Alden. Because in his case, the girl did the proposing, and he was sort of forced to accept it, wasn't he, Mr. Kieran?
Very good. Why don't you ask for yourself, John? Is that the best?
That's the one, Sir Thomas. Very good. Now, how about this? Who bested his rival in getting the girl with the help of 7 professors and a garbage man? Mr. Carradine.
Gary Cooper.
Very good. In what picture?
I haven't seen the picture.
How do you know that's the answer?
Well, I read Life.
Good for you. It's in a picture called Ball of Fire with Gary Cooper and Barbara Stanwyck. If we had Mr. Levant here, he'd tell us the plot at the drop of a hat. Who bested his rival in getting the girl by betraying his own weakness? Who, is that clear? By betraying his own weakness to the lady in question, he won her. It's an old trick, and a good one, and it was used successfully by Morel in George Bernard Shaw's Candida. Do you recollect that now, gentlemen? Does that come back to you?
Yes.
Mr. Carradine?
Well, he was, well, skip it.
Well, Morrell, who was supposedly stronger, actually was the weaker of the two candidates for
He was the minister.
Yes, and by betraying his weakness and playing on Canada's sympathies, he won her.
Of course, he already had her anyway.
Yes, that's true.
He was married to her.
Yes. Don't spoil this explanation. Now, who bested his rival and got the girl by frightening his rival into leaving town? He frightened his rival into leaving town and so won his fair lady. Do you remember that? We have to get this right, gentlemen, because we have one wrong. I'm sorry, it's Brom Bones who frightened Ichabod Crane into leaving town, the legend of Sleepy Hollow. Does that come back to you, Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
It does now, though, now that I...
No, sir, it does not.
He won't learn. He just won't learn. That sends a $50 defense bond and a set of the Britannica to Mr. Snyder and sends us on to a question from Mr. E.S. Jones of Seattle. I'm going to ask you, gentlemen, to recite the entire line that includes these words. These words are all somewhat alike. Get 3 out of 4. The first phrase is, speak softly. Speak softly, Mr. Adams.
And carry a big stick.
Very good, Mr. Adams. Who said it?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Yes, he was quoting someone else. He said there's a homely adage which runs, speak softly and carry a big stick. Now, how about speak roughly? Speak roughly. Mr. Kieran.
Speak roughly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes, for he can thoroughly enjoy the pepper when he pleases.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Who says that?
That's the nurse in Alice in Wonderland.
In Alice in Wonderland. Very good. Now we have speak softly, speak roughly. How about speak daggers? Speak daggers. Mr. Carradine.
I will speak daggers, but use none.
Very good. It's from what source?
Hamlet.
Very good, Sir Thomas and Mr. Carradine. Now how about speak true? Speak true. This is the hardest of them. Speak true. Do you recall a line of poetry? If I tell you... I'm sorry, we'll have to count that wrong, but I'm going to give you a hint. It's from Tennyson. It's from Idols of the King by Tennyson. It's the line is, live pure, speak true, right, wrong, follow the king, in Idols of the King by Tennyson. Now does it come back to you?
Yeah.
Yes, that gives us 3 out of 4. How about this from Mary Sue Miller of this city? Now, gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to get all on this. I think you should. The top news story of this week, undoubtedly, was General MacArthur's stirring arrival in Australia. Let's see how much we know about it. Can you tell us, first, on what day President Roosevelt directed General MacArthur to transfer his headquarters from Bataan Peninsula to Australia? Mr. Adams.
February 22, Washington's
Very good,
birthday.
Mr. Adams. Very good. That's quite right. Now let's continue the story. On what date did we learn that General MacArthur and his party had arrived there? Did we, here in the States, learn that General MacArthur had arrived in Australia? Mr. Kieran?
Tuesday, 3 days ago.
That would be March
17th.
17th. That's quite correct, March 17th. He left Bataan on the night of March the 11th, and we learned that he had arrived in Australia March 17th. Now, in his first interview after his arrival, what did General MacArthur say were the instructions given him by the President? You don't have to quote the exact words, Mr. Carradine.
He was instructed to attack the Japanese and relieve Bataan.
Yes, that's it. The President of the United States ordered me to break through the Japanese lines and proceed from Corregidor to Australia for the purpose, as I understand it, of organizing an American offensive against Japan.
And I think there was something added in that order. Travel directed is necessary in the military service.
Very good.
That's right.
Remember the phrase with which he ended his announcement, Mr. Adams? I came through, Mr. Kieran?
Oh, no, I said he said that he had left the Philippines, but he was going back.
Yes, I came through and I shall return. And we over here have every confidence that he will. So far, Lucky Strike has paid out one $50 defense bond and one set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now Mr. Cross maintains that there is a yardstick to measure the enjoyment a cigarette will give you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very accurate yardstick is simply the quality of tobacco that goes into your cigarette. The finer, the milder the tobacco, the greater your smoking enjoyment will be. For make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. That's why at market after market, year after year, Lucky Strike consistently pays the price to get the better quality leaf. For example, in Lewisburg, North Carolina, at auctions of the 1939 crop, The American Tobacco Company paid 31% more for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and other tobacco products. Yes, 31% above the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. And that crop, properly aged, mellowed, and blended with other fine crops, is in the Luckies you buy today. Mr. Fadiman, have I shown our listeners that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco?
Mr. Cross, your very accurate yardstick proves it, and I timed you at only 58 seconds. Now, gentlemen, here's a very interesting question that comes to us from Jack M. Stein of Evanston, Illinois. You're going to hear a number of vocal selections, 3 of them, as a matter of fact, that are usually sung off stage during an opera. However, gentlemen, something has gone wrong, for each is sung by a voice not intended by the composer. What voice should be doing the singing in each case? Is that clear? I bet it's clear to Sir Thomas. Mr. Kieran, clear to you?
Yeah, but I won't know the answer.
Oh, as long as the question is clear, that's half the battle. Very well, let's have the first. Gentlemen, Sir Thomas?
Tristan is older. Should be sung by a tenor.
Yes, that's quite right. What's being sung, Sir Thomas? What is being sung? What was being sung?
The song of the tenor, the beginning of Act 1.
Yes, the sailor song, as it's called, and the soprano sang it instead. Now, let's see if we can catch the error in the next. Thank you. I have 2 hands. I have 2 hands. I have Sir Thomas's hand and Mr. Carradine. Mr. Carradine.
That's the chorus of the priestesses in Aida.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it should be sung by ladies.
Yes. That's quite right. A tenor would be quite out of place, would he not?
Thinks, well, I don't know. I might not think I was out of place if I were there. And then I'm not a tenor.
I heard different.
Come, no scandal, Mr. Adams.
You're here now.
Now let's listen to the third and last of these. Thank you. I have Sir Thomas's hand up.
La Bohème.
I beg pardon, La Bohème. What's wrong?
Tenor song.
I beg pardon?
Tenor solo.
A tenor solo?
Not a duet, yes.
It is not a duet. Perhaps you didn't hear enough of it. Mr. Carradine.
I think it's a duet, but they got the parts reversed.
Yes, that's it. It is a duet from La Bohème, but the voices are reversed.
Sounded mighty pretty to me.
They were good, Mr. Adams. How about this? This comes from Jack Bean of Hartselle, Alabama. Get 2 out of 3. I want you to identify these victims of vengeance. Now, in the first case, in revenge, it was ordered that none take her talk seriously. None take her talk seriously. What am I speaking of? Mr. Kieran?
You mean Cassandra?
Yes, I do.
Prophetess who told the truth, but nobody would believe her.
Yes, and why was she so punished? Do you remember?
No, I have forgotten.
And any of you gentlemen remember why she was so punished? It was because she spurned the advances of Apollo, and to punish her, he decreed that though she had the gift of prophecy, as Mr. Kieran tells us, no one would believe her. Now, here's another. In revenge, he pursued his persecutors until one lost his fortune, another killed himself, and a third went mad. That's a clean-up. Sir Thomas.
Monte Cristo.
Yes, very good. Edward Dantes, the Count of Monte Cristo. Mr. Kieran had his hand up at the same time. Now, how about this one? In revenge, he was made to suffer a liver attack. Suffer a liver attack. Mr. Adams.
That was Sisyphus.
No, I don't think.
No, the other
think it was
boy.
Sisyphus.
That's right.
Mr. Kieran.
Prometheus.
Yes. What happened to Prometheus, Mr. Adams?
I think a vulture feasted upon him.
Yes, exactly. What had he done to...
Stole fire from heaven.
That's quite right. And Zeus chained him to a rock, and the vulture consumed his liver. And why, how long did this punishment go on, Mr. Kieran?
Eternally.
Eternally, yes.
Immortale yeco, as the Latin has it. The liver
Thank
is,
you very much, Mr. Kieran.
Refreshed all the time.
Yes, it was a permanent liver that was renewed as fast as it was eaten. Now, how about this one from P.D. Rising of Needham, Massachusetts? It's a sports question. In what sport or game does the scoring object go through or over the following shaped scoring area? It's the shapes that we want to identify here. Get 3 out of 4. In the first case, the scoring area is circular. Now, what game would that be, Mr. Carradine?
Basketball?
Yes, basketball. Can you think of any other? Basketball is the best. Archery, too, I suppose, the scoring area, board. How about golf?
Yes, that's right.
That's right. It's a very small circle. How about a case where the scoring area is a triangle? What sport or game would that be?
Well,
Mr. Kieran.
soccer net, the base of it is drawn into a triangle, I believe, in the back end, isn't it?
I don't know.
Triangular from the side.
I don't know.
Profile, it's triangular.
The example I was thinking, Mr. Thomas?
Croquet.
Croquet? No, there's no triangular area in croquet, I don't think.
Scortly hit the stake.
No. A shuffleboard is played on a triangular sort of arrangement, isn't it? Ever play shuffleboard, Mr. Adams?
No.
No?
It's not.
It is not?
No.
Well, that settles that. It was a good argument while it lasted. How about a scoring area that is shaped like an arch? Sir Thomas, it seems to me, Mr. Carradine?
Well, no, that wouldn't be croquet.
Mr. Adams?
That would be a croquet.
Yes, croquet. The ball goes through an arch shape.
But that doesn't give you a score.
Well, it
It's not
helps.
the scoring area. The stake is the scoring area.
The whole area. That's
The stake is the goal.
You've got wickets all over it. Well, you only score when you hit the goal. You don't score going through a wicket.
That's perfectly true. You're splitting hairs, though. Mr. Kieran?
Splitting wickets.
Billiards is another. The pockets are arched. First bottom on the table, and also the iron bracket that is faced with leather is in the form of an arch.
I hadn't thought of that. That's perfectly true. Now, how about
Snooker pools.
how about an area which is shaped like a rectangle?
A rectangle.
Rectangle. Mr. Adams?
That might be lawn tennis.
Well, certainly the court is shaped like a rectangle. The object, however, doesn't go through.
Through a rectangle.
Mr. Carradine?
Football.
Soccer, I think.
Yes, that is.
Would that be right, Mr. Kieran?
Rectangular front.
Yes,
I
rectangle.
said soccer.
Did you say
Yes.
soccer? I beg pardon, Sir Thomas. Credit goes to Sir Thomas. Very good. And how about this one from Vernon M. Kuhn of Denver? It's about towers in poetry, famous towers in poetry. Tell me where you'll find them. My first tower is ivy-mantled. Sir Thomas?
Yes, ivy mantle. That sounds.
Mr. Adams?
I think that's Gray's elegy.
Yes. Can you give us the line from which it comes?
Save where from yonder ivy mantled tower.
That's perfect. How does it go on?
I say that from yonder ivy tower, the moping owl doth to the moon complain.
Very good. Yes. How about a dark tower? Can you identify that for us, Mr. Kieran?
Dauntless the slughorn to his lips he set, and blue child Roland to the dark tower came.
That's perfect. You're quoting from what?
Browning.
Very
and
good.
That's taken, quoted itself, those two lines from Edgar's song in Lear.
And where did Shakespeare get them, do you suppose?
He got it from the old chronicles, Holinshed.
And do you want to go back any further, or do you want to leave us? Boy, what a genealogist you'd make, Mr. Kieran. How about topless towers? Topless towers. Sir Thomas?
Marlowe's Faustus, the topless towers of Ilium.
Yes, that's quite right.
This is
Remember
the face that burned 1,000 ships.
Launch.
Launch.
And burned the topless towers of Ilium.
Don't get your burns and your launches mixed up. How about this one? This comes from Holger Koppel of Baltimore. You're going to hear some music, 3 pieces. In each of them, a conspiracy is being plotted. What conspiracy is afoot in the music that you're about to hear? Let's have the first. Sir Thomas.
Rigoletto.
Yes, what's happening as that music is
A young
played?
lady is about to be carried off.
About to be carried... Is that it?
Abducted.
Or isn't the murder of the Duke being plotted to that music?
No, I think it's the abduction of Gilda.
Now, I have it as the murder of the Duke plotted by Rigoletto and an assassin.
No, I don't think it is so.
You don't think it is?
No,
There's
I'm
certainly
sure
no way
it
of
isn't.
checking
Well,
it up.
it starts out as a plot to murder the Duke, but he foils it, you see.
No, this is the music just before the abduction of Gilda.
But at any rate,
the
there is
plot to murder the Duke is in an earlier scene. It's different music altogether.
Well, as long as we have a conspiracy, that satisfies me,
I
Sir
think it's
Thomas.
enough, yes.
Listen to the next one.
Carmen.
I beg pardon?
Carmen.
Carmen, what is afoot?
Quintet in Carmen.
What are they doing?
It's not exactly a conspiracy. It's It's a plan to smuggle goods.
Yes. Is that what is known as the smuggler's chorus?
No.
It is not the smuggler's chorus. Well, I seem to be thoroughly misinformed this evening. The third and last. Mr. Adams?
They're going to steal ashore and...
Who?
The conspirators in HMS Pinafore. They're going to steal ashore and marry the daughter of the captain to Rafe Rackstraw, a common seaman.
Well, I'm still misinformed. I have this as from the Pirates of Penzance. How about it, Sir Thomas?
That's right.
Correct.
Mr. Adams, do you want me to forget everything you've said?
With cat-like tread upon our prey.
That's it, Sir Thomas. Yes, but you did. That was a wonderful answer, Mr. Adams.
It was wrong.
I know, but the detail is perfect.
The gallant effort.
The detail on that answer was remarkably good. Well, I think that gives us, at least 2 out of 3, and so we will not send a defense bond to Mr. Koppel. I'm going to look up those answers that you gave us, Sir Thomas, because I'm worried. My information just differs slightly from yours.
Well, what points are you... I've just been conducting most of these pieces.
Oh, well, that settles it. I haven't been. And now here's Mr. Cross, who confesses he's about to polish an apple.
Well, Mr. Fadiman, I want to point out that you're an excellent guide to follow when buying books.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
That's because, as a book reviewer, you're an expert on books. And similarly, ladies and gentlemen, when buying cigarettes, you'll do well to be guided by the opinions of the experts on tobacco, the independent buyers, auctioneers, and warehouse men. These independent experts spend their lives buying, selling, and handling the leaf. And at auctions all over the South, year after year, they see just who buys what tobacco and the prices paid. That's why the overwhelming preference of the experts for one cigarette, Lucky's, means a lot to you. Now, let me just give you some examples of how Lucky Strike has won this tobacco expert's stamp of approval. In Greenville, Tennessee, at auctions of the 1939 crop, the makers of Lucky's paid 26% above the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. At Pelham, Georgia, 37% more, and so on at market after market. And that crop, properly aged, mellowed, and blended with other fine crops, is in the Lucky's you buy today. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1. We suggest that you smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Just remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. This evening, Lucky Strike has cheerfully paid out one $50 defense bond and one set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Sir Thomas and Mr. Carradine, Lucky Strike thanks you for the gift of your wit and wisdom this evening. Next week, the Three Musketeers, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Levant, and Mr. Adams, welcome as our guest Wallace Duell, the famous foreign correspondent and author of People Under Hitler. Remember, for every question that's answered correctly,
Dark fantasy.
The cup of gold.
This is the deciding shot of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Truman Davis, now champion, has just sunk his last putt on the last green to turn in the amazing score of 68. Jan Mason, the contender, is on the green with a 66, which in itself is even more amazing. Mason's ball lies at the very edge of the green. Looks like tough going. Should he sink the ball in one more stroke, turn in a 67 as compared with a 68 by Davis, we'll have a brand new champion. Should Jan Mason require 2 strokes, he would tie up the match, and 3 strokes would defeat him. Now Mason has just stepped into position. He's bending over the ball. He eyes the center of the green with that masterly, dead-eye precision of his. Changes his footing slightly. There's not a sound from the spectators. Every breath is held in excitement. This great contender prepares for victory or defeat. He pulls back the putter slightly, eyes the distance of the hole once more, takes deadly aim, hits the ball, and
It's in. He made it. The ball's in for the win for Jan Mason, and the crowd goes wild. It's a new champion, ladies and gentlemen. Jan Mason, the boy who came up the hard way to defeat the one and only Truman Davis. For 5 consecutive years, the master of it all. And here's the irony. Almost 11 years ago, when Jan Mason first thought of golf, he acted as caddy for Truman Davis, the man he defeated for the championship here today. Oh, the crowd has completely engulfed the two participants. And it's a little difficult for us to see them now. Oh, there they are, shaking hands and smiling. We're trying to make our way over to them for a few words from both Mason and Davis. Oh, will you pardon me, please? Pardon me, lady. We're trying to get through. I beg your pardon, please. We'd like to get a few words from the two gentlemen. We're trying our best, ladies and gentlemen, to make our way through this excited throng, but... there's the Gold Cup. The Gold Cup for the tournament winner. It's just been handed to one of the official referees by a beautiful platinum-haired girl. The referee is about to make the presentation. No, something's wrong. The referee turns to his fellow judges. They're talking excitedly. We can't make out yet what's happening. The men are examining the Gold Cup. Oh, it's flashing in the sunlight. Really a beautiful thing. Wait a minute. What's that? Something's happened. It's Jan Mason. He's been shot. Someone shot the new champion. He's holding his left side. He's staggering. He's grabbed the Gold Cup. He's fallen out. Jan Mason is lying on the final green. The Gold Cup.
Hello? I ask you not to disturb me, clerk. I don't care if there is someone to see me. What? Who? Lee Sanders, the radio announcer? Well, tell him I'm not in. I don't care if he is standing there watching you talk to him. Tell him you're talking to the maids. What? Hello? Who's speaking? But I was talking to the room clerk. Now, look here, Mr. Saunders. What do you want with me? No, I'm sorry. I don't have time to see you. No, I have nothing to discuss with you. Goodbye. Oh, he said he wanted to talk to me about the murder. He saw me. He's suspicious. He knows something. I must get out of here. I'll hurry and pack my things. Oh, no. No time to pack. I just put on my coat, purse, hat. I'll carry the hat. Hurry. Oh, no, not the front way, the back.
Going somewhere, miss?
Oh, who are you?
I'm the fellow you hung up on.
What do you want?
I figured you'd try to run out the back way.
I don't know you. Let me by.
Oh, no. Back inside. We're going to talk.
There's nothing I have to discuss with you.
I'm afraid there is. A little matter of murder.
How much do you know?
Plenty. Come on, inside.
But
Inside. Now.
I have nothing to say to you.
You think not?
Not a thing in the world. I demand that you leave here at once before I call the police.
Oh, that way, is it? Very well. Here you are.
What do you mean?
Take the receiver. Shall I dial the number?
What number?
The police, of course.
Hang up that phone.
So, you're not as willing to call the police here as you pretend.
How did you find me?
I was lucky.
What do you mean?
You ran a stop sign downtown just after you'd come from the golf links. It was my car you almost hit.
Oh.
No one saw you leave the golf links. No one knew who you were. You weren't the girl who was officially in charge of the Gold Prize Cup.
No.
And what's more, the cup that was given to the chief referee wasn't the official prize cup.
No.
Instead, it was some fantastic thing. A cup of pure gold, but covered with some sort of ancient writing. Well?
Yes.
Now, look here. I'm a radio reporter, and I've got a story here. I want to know what it is.
I don't know the explanation myself.
Bottle it up and save it, sister. You murdered Jan Mason.
Did I?
Didn't you?
No one saw who shot him.
Well, that's true. But it's the general opinion that you did it.
The general opinion?
Naturally. You weren't the girl in charge of the prize cup. The real girl and the real cup have disappeared. And you were standing in a position where you could have fired the shot.
Are you sure of that?
I'm positive I remember. I saw you.
Did I really shoot him?
What?
Tell me, did I really shoot him?
I don't know. All I know is that you were standing directly in front of Mason. And that so were 6 or 8 others.
I don't know. I don't know.
Look here. Maybe you and I can make a deal.
A deal?
Tell me your story. Tell me what happened. Maybe I can help you.
I don't know what happened.
What do you mean you don't know?
All I know is there was a big crowd. And a golden cup. A little round white ball. A loud noise.
Go on.
That's all I remember. The next thing I knew, I was here in my apartment, stretched out on my bed with a gun in my hand.
Where is it?
In that drawer over there.
Yeah. This one over here?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been fired, a 32. Mason was killed with a 32.
He's dead.
If he isn't, sister, he's a great little pretender.
It wasn't my fault. I tell you, it wasn't my fault.
Oh, maybe it wasn't, maybe it wasn't. Now take it easy and tell me what happened.
Why should I tell you?
Because you've got to tell somebody.
But who are you?
My name's Lee Saunders. The clerk told you that on the phone. I'm a radio reporter, sports and news. Now it's your turn.
What?
Who are you?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well, let me decide that. What's your name?
Ruth Kendish.
What do you have against Jan Mason?
I didn't know him.
You make a habit of killing men you don't know?
I didn't even know him, I tell you. I didn't know him. Oh, let me alone.
Now, stop that.
No.
Oh, stop it, I say. Do you want to tell me what happened, or do you want to tell me and the police?
They're looking for me, aren't they? The police.
What do you think?
Listen, I've told you what happened. I don't remember a thing except a big crowd. Cup of gold, a little white ball, and a loud noise like a shot.
Yeah. And then you woke up here in your room with a gun in your hand. A gun that killed Jan Mason just a few moments after he'd won the golf championship.
It can't be true. It just can't be true.
You're in trouble, baby. You better let me try to help you.
What can you do?
I don't know till I've heard your story.
It must have been the incense.
Incense? Now, what are you talking about?
It came this morning in the mail. A little package with 3 little cones. It was addressed to me. There was a note inside. It's there in the drawer.
Where the gun was?
Yes.
This the paper it was wrapped in?
Yes.
Is this the incense?
Yes.
Well, I thought you said your name is Ruth Kendish.
It is.
Well, this was addressed to Rotha Kendish.
What?
Sure. Look for yourself. There, you see?
Yes. Did you find the note?
What note?
Oh, there it is. You dropped it on the floor.
Oh, this.
Yes. Read it.
Rotha, you will put a fire to one of these precisely at 1 this afternoon.
Yes. It was the incense.
What?
I tried to forget it, put it away, and tried to keep it off my mind, but exactly at 1, I opened the little metal box and lighted one of the cones. There was a lot of smoke, sweet, scented, thick. And that's all I remember.
Good Lord.
What are you doing?
Is there any more of the stuff left?
Oh, 2 more little cones.
Here, let's see. Yes, there are 2 left. Here, give me a match.
What?
A match. Get me a match.
Oh, no.
Oh, here's one.
Oh, don't, please don't.
I'm going to see what this nonsense is all about.
Oh, no. Oh, please, you don't know what you're doing.
Well, we'll see in a minute. There.
Oh, I beg you not to do that.
So much smoke. So quickly. I don't understand how a little thing like that can produce so much smoke. That odor.
The same. The very same.
So strange.
Oh.
Smoke. Look how it rolls in great clouds, hiding everything.
Stop it. Stop it.
So much smoke, hiding everything. Can hardly see you.
Oh.
It's like we were in another world.
You are in another world.
What? What's that?
Welcome, Rotha and Letha.
Who are you? Where are you?
I am here beside you. You see?
Yes, and now I do. The smoke's clearing away.
What happened? What happened?
Don't you recognize me, Rotha?
My name's Ruth. I've never seen you before.
Ah, that is where you are wrong. You have seen me before.
No. No, I don't know you.
You mean you don't recognize me?
Who are you?
My name is Mota.
Mota?
Yes, Rotha. I am the Holy One.
I don't understand.
What's happened to us? We were in this young lady's apartment. Now we're someplace I've never seen before. Where are we?
You are on Vento.
Vento? What's Vento?
Vento is an offspring of Venus and Pluto.
What?
It is a planet as yet undiscovered by the scientists of the Earth. Many hundreds of thousands of years ago, Venus and Pluto collided. That probably would sound absurd to your astrologers today, but it is a fact. As a result of the collision, Vento came into being. A portion of Venus and a part of Pluto fused, broke off, and became Vento.
You're talking over my head.
Naturally, the people who existed on Pluto and those of Venus intermingled with Vento, became a planet in its own right. As a result of that ancient catastrophe, the Ventonians came into existence. I am one of them. And the two of you are now here amongst us.
But how? How did we get here?
You remember the incense?
Oh, yes.
The incense? It is one of Vento's secrets. A tiny cone that emits a vapor powerful enough to permit anyone in contact with it to do as we here on Vento bid him to do.
It still got me goofy. After I started the incense burning, everything changed. We ended up here.
Naturally. Because when you came in contact with the released vapors, I bade both of you to come here. And here you are.
Oh, now what do you take us for? This is the 20th century. Folks like us aren't taken in by some crack.
Just one moment. Here. Will you look through this?
Through what?
This telescope. Here. Right through here.
Oh, now.
It will not hurt you to look, will it?
If you insist.
That's right. In there. Now. What do you see?
A large, round globe.
It is the Earth. 10 million miles from here.
Preposterous.
You think so? Here. I'll turn on the ultra-penetrating ray machine and show you how preposterous it is. Now, what do you see?
Closer. It's coming closer. Yes, something's happening.
The ultra-penetrating ray is making 10 million miles of distance look like only inches.
It is the Earth. There's Europe, Great Britain, China, and Australia. Now I can see the California coast. And Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Florida, Pennsylvania, New York.
Suppose we concentrate upon Florida. There.
No. It's not possible.
What do you see, Mr. Saunders?
A funeral. The funeral of Jan Mason, the golfer.
Oh, no.
Suppose you permit Rotha to look, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, all right.
Go right ahead, Rotha. That's right. There. You still do not remember, Rotha?
Why do you call me Rotha?
Because that is your name.
My name is Ruth.
When you were here, you were called Rotha.
When I was here?
Many centuries ago, Rotha, you were originally a Ventonian.
What are you talking about?
We have theories of reincarnation as you do on your Earth.
Yes, I've heard about it vaguely, but...
The one failing is that your theories do not go far enough.
What do you mean?
That there is such a thing as reincarnation, Mr. Saunders. But it is not restricted to one single planet, such as the Earth.
You surely aren't trying to tell us that Miss Kendish here is the reincarnation of someone who lived up here.
Whether or not you accept it, it remains a fact.
Oh, that's utterly ridiculous.
I'm glad I had the foresight to think of your reluctance to believe. So I have prepared the truth. Prepared what?
What are you talking about? What's the explanation of all
Must I
this?
explain it again? The vapor of the incense I sent you. Once it surrounds you, you are at the mercy of the Ventonian who sent it. You on your planet would call it black magic. But it is merely nothing more than applied science.
What's this proof you were talking about?
I will extinguish the lights and show you. Here on Vento, all time, all incidents are recorded. I shan't attempt to explain them completely. Suffice it to say, the principle is somewhat similar to that of your talking pictures, only on a much more advanced and widespread scale. Anything that has ever happened here on Vento since the invention of this recorder can be reviewed by those who wish to see it. That's why there is no crime, no evil here. Now, I turn on the machine. I must ask you to be silent. Do not speak.
Mr. Saunders, look.
Quiet.
That's me.
Quiet, I say. It is you, but not in your present body. It is you of centuries ago. Watch closely now and listen.
Come in.
Darling,
Kenta, dearest.
forgive me for coming to you so late, but I had to see you before tomorrow.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, dearest. I've waited for you all day.
I've been at practice.
Are you ready for the game tomorrow?
Yes, quite. I fear I'll have trouble defeating Yana, though. He's become quite expert.
Oh, do you care so much?
Rotha, if I should lose tomorrow... Oh, but we mustn't think of such a thing. Victory means everything to both of us.
Oh, he can't win now. My poor Kenta. He tried so hard. Oh, but now it's too late. Unless there's a miracle. If Yana misses 2 strokes... Oh, but he can't. And even if he did, it would be a draw. If he takes but 1 stroke, my poor Kenta will be defeated. Yana is ready now. If he does it in a single stroke, Kenta has lost. Now... He did it. Yana did it. My poor Kenta. Kenta.
My dearest one, I come to you, but without the cup of gold.
Oh, does it matter so much?
Yes, much. I promised that you should have the cup.
But I don't mind.
I should have won.
We still have each other, Kenta. We will be married.
No, Rotha. For yesterday, I swore by the great god Venda that should I not be victorious, I wouldn't be worthy of you.
You swore by Venda?
Yes, a sacred oath. I was so eager for victory, I knew that the very thought of losing you forever would inspire me to win. But I failed.
An oath sworn to Venda is a holy oath. I must resign myself to it. But now I swear by the great god of Venda, a holy and a sacred oath, that I will avenge what has happened. I will take vengeance from Yana if all eternity is required for me to do it.
I believe that is all the proof you need. Ruth, did you know Truman Davis?
Truman Davis?
Truman Davis, the national golf champion. The one who was beaten by Jan Mason.
No, I didn't know either of them.
You think not, Rotha? Don't you recognize the man called Jan Mason? He is the reincarnation of the man Yana, who defeated Kenta in the games many years ago.
It all seems so familiar, and yet I so upset.
You swore a terrible oath centuries ago. An oath to work vengeance upon Yana. In your span of life here on Vento, you did not find the opportunity to avenge yourself. And so, as one of the high priests of Vento, it was my duty to bring to a climax your ancient oath.
You sent that devilish incense to her. You prompted her to go out there and kill Jan Mason. Gave her that golden cup.
It is the cup Kenta lost to Yana centuries ago. It amazes and confuses the Earth people greatly.
You're responsible for all that happened. Hypnotized this girl. Now what?
Now she'll return to the Earth and accept her punishment.
Oh, no. No, that's not right.
It is not for you to say.
It's for me to say. Take this. Quick, there's no time to lose.
Oh, there's no escape from here.
The incense, I still have it here. There's one cone left, just one.
Well, what can you do?
Now, you heard what he said. Anyone here on this planet can use it. Oh, confound it, haven't I got a match? Yeah, here's one. Now.
Lee.
Careful. That's my last match. There. It's burning. Now turn on that ray machine.
Do what?
Turn it on, turn it on.
Oh, all right. What are you going to do?
Look into the telescope. Watch. Tell me what happens.
All right.
I'm holding the burning incense in front of the telescope lens. Oh, I'm hoping.
Lee, it's still focused on the funeral. But something's happened.
Yes?
The coffin is gone. It's opened. Someone's sitting up in it.
Is it Jan Mason?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Good. Just a mere thought did it. The penetrating ray sent the incense vapor directly to Earth, to the man in the casket, Mason. And I concentrated on his coming to life again.
He is. He is alive.
Oh, our friend's coming too.
What do we do?
Here, give me your hand.
What?
Give me your hand. Come on, hurry, hurry.
Lee, that's smoke.
Hurry, there's no time to lose.
How are we going to get away from here?
Simple. You saw what a mere thought did for Jan Mason. Hold tight now. Here we go.
You have heard The Cup of Gold, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was Lee Saunders, Eleanor Naylor Corrin played Ruth, Muir Height was the High Priest, and George Anday was Kenta. Next Friday, the 26th in this dark fantasy series created by Scott Bishop, Coffins for Two, the weird and pulse-pounding tale of two boxes roughly hewed into the shape of caskets, bearing 3 silver handles on each side and silver nameplates, on which were engraved the names of 2 living people. This is Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim is based on the characters in the action strip of the same name, which appears every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million children who find this comic section the tops in entertainment. Follow the amusing antics of Bringing Up Father, Barney Google, Skippy, and Donald Duck, as well as a host of others. All in full color, all by the best talent to be had. If you haven't read the Comic Weekly lately, be sure to get it this Sunday. It comes with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Don't miss it. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim is launched on a new mission. Probably the most important, the most serious one of his entire career. Mr. Murchison, the head of G2, told Jim that his job was to appear to be a traitor to his country in order to get in with the huge spy ring operating secretly in the United States. Jim accepted the job, fully realizing the gravity of his undertaking. Mr. Murchison lost no time in getting the wheels moving. Jim was accused and tried for treason on fake charges and sentenced to 25 years in prison. This was all part of the plan to throw Jim in with a known enemy agent in the prison. Jim secured the confidence of this man, called Hart, and the two planned and executed an escape. Now, Jim is at the secret headquarters of the spy ring, and is being questioned by the man known merely as the Head. However, Jim can't see him, as the man is in the other room and is speaking to Jim over a microphone.
Why have you wanted to join our organization?
I told you I didn't want to join. Your man Hart persuaded me to join. It was either that or a rotten prison.
The prison? How did you get there? You have been known as a loyal American, a hero. How is it that you are called a traitor and a spy?
You read the papers, don't you? There's no secret to that. For some reason or other, I was framed.
Yes, and that is what I should like to find out. Why were you framed, as you call it? We had nothing to do with it.
I couldn't tell you that.
Perhaps you can, Mr. Bradley.
What do you mean?
I think you lie.
Lie?
Yes, Mr. Bradley.
Well, what can I say?
You will say plenty, Mr. Bradley. Plenty before we are through with you.
Yes, sir?
Take Mr. Bradley and lock him up. He and I will continue our discussion later, when he is more likely to tell us his real purpose.
But I've told you.
Remove him.
Come, Bradley.
Okay, boys, have it your way. Let's go, Hart.
After you, Mr. Bradley. And please notice that I have a gun in my hand. In here.
Thank you.
There. Now listen, Bradley. You're in pretty much of a spot. The Head doesn't trust you.
Trust me? That lad wouldn't trust his own shadow.
Don't joke about this. You're in serious trouble.
Well, Mr. Hart, you've got me into it. There I was in my nice, cozy little cell, secure for 25 years. And you talked me into joining you in your little plot.
I know. I exceeded my orders. My orders were merely to find out if you were working secretly for the Intelligence Department of the United States Army.
Well, did you find out?
Yes. I'm convinced you're not. That you really were framed and sent to prison for something you didn't do.
Oh, I get it now. You thought that I was really after you boys.
What else?
Well, I must say it's a wonderful idea. Too bad we didn't think of it.
Yes. Well, now I want to help you clear yourself of the Head.
But why? Why should you worry about me?
I don't know. Perhaps because I haven't forgotten how you climbed back into that pipe and saved my life at the risk of your own.
Forget it. I'd have done it for anyone.
Bradley, I'm going to persuade the Head to give you one more chance to prove yourself.
How?
Tonight, we're starting on a very important job. One part of this job is very dangerous, but I think you can do it. If you succeed...
I'll be in?
Yes.
And if I fail?
If you fail, you'll die.
I see.
What's your answer?
What's my job?
Good. I knew you'd see things my way. Now, tonight, when the guard is changing at the new laboratory... The laboratory is just overhead, sir.
Good, good. Now, Mr. Bradley, you know what you are to do.
Well, first, I'm to get in the laboratory past the guards.
Yes. We will help you with that.
I see. Well, then, get in the laboratory building. And when I'm in, I'm to let you and Hart in.
You will pose as one of the government technicians.
I see.
There are only 2 or 3 working there tonight.
Well, you make it sound very simple.
It's not safe to approach any closer, sir.
Very well. I will wait here.
All right, come, Bradley.
Right with you.
You're now on your own, Bradley.
Uh-huh. Hey, wait a minute. That wire fence, it's charged with electricity. How am I going to get over that?
You're not going over it. You're going through it.
Oh. How?
We're going to cut the wires.
But if we cut the wires, won't they know at the main control house that the circuit's been broken?
We've taken that into consideration, too, Mr. Bradley. Here, I'll show you. Now, you see these 2 long pieces of wire?
With the clips on the ends?
Exactly. These I will attach to the cut wires. They will never know that the circuit has been broken.
You think of everything, don't you?
Yes, Bradley, everything. But here, to begin, put on this pair of insulated gloves.
Right. Now what?
Now, hold on the wires while I cut them.
Okay.
First, I clip on our wires. There. And now... There. Climb through, Bradley. Just push our wires apart.
Yeah, they're very pliable.
All right?
Yes?
Good. In 20 minutes, I shall expect to see you at the front entrance to the laboratory, where you'll let us in.
You understand, Bradley? 20 minutes.
So far, so good. I wonder if there's a phone in this place. Oh, good.
Hello?
Hello. This is 764ZY. I must speak with Mr. Murchison immediately.
Murchison speaking, Jim. Where are you?
In one of the offices of the new laboratory.
What? How did you get there? I knew you'd managed to escape from prison with Hart, but
I haven't time to go into explanations now, Mr. Murchison. Listen to what I'm going to tell you.
Go ahead.
I got in with the ring of spies and saboteurs as you ordered.
Good.
They believe my story enough to test me out on this job. They mean to steal the plans of the new airplane supercharger here at the laboratory.
How did they know it would be there? It's only been there for 12 hours.
I can't tell you how, but they know. Now, look. If you can get some men over here in the next 20 minutes or less, I think we'll bag 2 important boys in the ring. And one of them is called the Head.
Right. I'll be there.
I'll see you then. Goodbye.
All right, mister, up with your hands.
What?
One false move and I'll fire. Reach up high.
Okay, you got me. Well, let me explain my reason for being here.
You better start explaining fast, mister. You're in a very bad position to do any good explaining.
What time is it?
7 minutes after 12.
4 minutes late. I tell you, he has double-crossed us, Hart.
Maybe he's just run into some difficulty.
And there's no use waiting any longer. It is too dangerous.
Well, I'm sure they're around here somewhere, Johnson. Said they'd be here at 12. It's after 12 now.
That's Bradley now.
Who is that with him?
Looks like a uniformed guard.
It's a trap. He has trapped us. Let us go.
Wait. It's foolish for us to run now.
You know, Mr. Jones, you sure had me worried when I ran across you there in the building with all the lights.
Listen.
Oh, did I?
Now, you see, I'm new here, and I don't know all the men working here yet.
You hear that? God thinks he's one of the technicians.
Yes, so he does.
I told you you could trust him.
Now, where did you say your friends were?
Well, they said they'd be waiting near the front gate.
Oh, there you are, John. I thought you said you'd be out to get us promptly at 12.
Oh, hello, Al. Hello, Mr. Smith. Sorry about being late, but when one gets busy, well, you know how it is.
Don't mention it, Jones. We don't mind. Now, about...
Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. Johnson, I wonder if you'd show Mr. Hart and Mr. Smith around the laboratory. You see, I've got to get back to my work now.
Well, I'm afraid nobody's allowed into the laboratory or the grounds without an official pass from Mr. Richard.
Well, let's go get one. Meanwhile, you'll open the gate and let my friends in, won't you?
Well, it isn't according to rules, Mr. Jones.
We'll go right upstairs and get a pass from Richards.
Well, if you'll take the responsibility for this, Mr. Jones...
Glad to.
Well, very well.
Come on in, boys.
Thanks, Jones.
All right, Johnson. Now, will you take us up to Mr. Richards so we can get that pass?
Well, here we are. This is Mr. Richards' office.
All right, go on in.
Thank you.
No one here.
Mr. Richards must have stepped out for a minute. I'll go find him, and I'll tell him that you're here.
I do not think you will. Put up your hands.
What?
What's the meaning of this?
All right, Mr. Whiteley, and you, guard. You can stop all this lovely play acting. Take the gun away from the guard, Hart.
Right, Joe.
You thought you had me fooled, eh, Whiteley? I knew you were cooking up some kind of a trap for us when you mentioned the name of Richards. Richards was transferred from this laboratory 30 days ago.
Well, you can't kill a man for trying.
Oh, yes, we can. And we're going to do just that.
You'll never get away with this.
We've been doing all right so far, Mr. Johnson. Tie them up, Hart. We will deal with them after we have the plans. So nice of you to bring us to the room where the plans are kept. In that safe there, are they not? Not in the mood for talking, huh? Well, we will soon find out. Tie them up, Hart.
Yes, sir. Turn around, both of you.
Sure.
Mr. Hart. Down, Johnson, down.
Come out from behind that desk.
Come back and get us.
Hart.
Foolish to depend on your friend Hart now. I'd put him to sleep with the left of the jaw.
Very funny, Mr. Whiteley. But I am coming after you.
Come ahead. Look, Johnson, I'm going to make a jump for the light switch. In the dark, he won't know what he's firing at.
Okay. This time I will not miss, Whiteley. I will get you if it is the last thing I do. Oh! I told you I would get you, Whiteley. Now you, Johnson, come out. My gun is trained right between your eyes.
Very well. I'll come out.
To open the safe. Let's see if I've killed Bradley first.
Quick, Johnson, grab the gun.
All right, I've got it.
Now it's our turn to give orders. Get off the floor.
Don't shoot. Bradley, tell Johnson not to shoot.
Don't worry, Hughes. The government's got something better than that for you. Johnson, listen.
Yes, sir. You've been shot, Mr. Bradley.
Don't worry about that. Listen quick. Mr. Murchison of G2 will be here any minute. You're...
Mr. Bradley. Oh, no. No, you stay right where you are. I'm not taking my eyes off you till Mr. Murchison gets here. Now, don't move.
Jim. No, boy. Don't try to sit up. We're taking you to the hospital.
Did we get them, Mr. Murchison?
Not we, Jim. You got them.
Oh, there were moments when I wasn't so sure.
You've caught two of the biggest fish in that Nazi pond of espionage.
Good. When do I go to work again?
We'll see about that, Jim. First you go to a hospital, and then we'll see. Then we'll see. So Jim successfully completed his first big job for Mr. Murchison. What new adventures are ahead? Next week we'll be back with more adventures of Jungle Jim. You can follow other adventures of Jungle Jim every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. Every week, millions of men, women, and youngsters find a heap of fun and action in this entertaining comic section. If you haven't read it lately, buy it this Sunday. It comes with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. You'll find a host of friends, old and new, the best comics and action pictures, all in full color. You'll say it's the best entertainment buy you've ever made. Don't forget, the Comic Weekly comes with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Don't miss it.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with Igor Gorin, Al Goodman in his orchestra and chorus, and Henry Hall as our master of ceremonies.
This is Henry Hall, ladies and gentlemen, with another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. The last time Igor Gorin was in our studio, he sang a cradle song for Mrs. Mohorovici, remember, who gave birth to her little girl on a raft in mid-Atlantic? Well, today he sings one of his own compositions, Igor Gorin singing the Caucasian song. Thank you, Igor Gorin, for the constant thrill your voice always gives us. And now our maestro Al Goodman adds to our full measure. To Rubinstein's immortal piano composition, Kamenoi Ostro, Mr. Goodman has added voices and lyrics. The result? Commence, maestro. Pianissimo, please.
Sun brings the dawn. Thank the Lord. The clouds of night all are gone. Thank the Lord. With grateful heart let us pray. Fix the day. Sing a song in the sky. A golden sun warms the world from on high. Lord, hear us rejoice. Hear how our hearts now rejoice. In prayer, we are but children in thy grace, hearing thy voice everywhere.
Music, music, melody and words. Where is that song of men and women, of flame and steel, the heroic story of the fight for the Philippines? One day, a poem will be written, a ballad of Bataan, about the men of Bataan. No, not just the men and women, the battalions of Bataan. Some master of word and phrase will carve it out of the hard base rock of simple speech, echoing the stuff that Corregidor is made of. Maybe the poem will be in what writers call free verse, without rhyme and with only the natural rhythm of words to make it sting. Maybe it'll be a simple kind of song, with neatly matching phrase, with even beats to sound the march of valor. But that poem will sing a great song, not so much about MacArthur the Magnificent, though he'll be in there in the first great chorus. Not so much about Wainwright the warrior, though there will be a rousing verse for him, and one for Weymouth, the one-man army. Mostly, though, I think that poem will sing about the Navy detachment from Cavite, the Marines, the 31st Infantry, the Filipino Scouts, the Army nurses and the Medical Corps, and down near the end, the pilots of those 4 patched-up P-40s that made the Japanese aviators so unhappy. The fellow who writes the poem, he'll be able to check back and name them all. There isn't time for me to do that now. But when I say battalions of Bataan, I mean all the men and women, prisoners of war or free, who were there with MacArthur and Wainwright, and those still free and living who still fight on. I mean all who were there, in the fight on Lingayen Beach, at Manila, Subic Bay, Mariveles, in the gum tree forests and foxholes of Bataan, and those who still fight the great fight under the stars and stripes at Corregidor. Say, listen, fella. Listen, you, whoever you are, who will one day write that poem, don't miss a thing if you can help it, will you? Remember to put in something about the wind, the dry monsoon from the South Pacific that blew inland at noon like a blowtorch. Remember Luzon and the head-hunting Igorots standing on American tanks to guide them, blessed by American tank drivers, and miraculously missed by Japanese machine gun bullets. Remember the Japanese commander who killed himself because he couldn't live in a world full of American courage. And don't you forget, don't you ever forget the women, God bless them. The army nurses who faced the worst of the fight with the toughest of the fighters and swam out through shark-infested waters toward Corregidor with the men, only when there wasn't a strip of beach big enough left to stand on. Don't write that poem unless you're sure you're big enough, mister. And don't write it at all unless you're sure the poem is big enough to match the faith and the courage and the stamina of the battalions of Bataan.
Yes, they're doing their share. Are we doing ours? Our call is the War Bond Quota Call. It has been sounded throughout the nation, in every state, in every county, in city, and town, and farm. $1 of every 10 must go into the war chest of our country, invested in United States war bonds. This is not an appeal, not an oratorical urge, but a statement of every American's duty. Meet it at least as cheerfully and promptly as our men. We're going to smash the enemy with everything we have. Every one of us must make plans now to meet each individual quota. 10% of all income, all of it, from every source. Put $1 out of every 10 you get in United States war bonds. Remember, this is your country. Keep it yours. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the Treasury Department.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Get on the beam there, men. Here comes your personal radio show, Command Performance. Our opening letter is from Seaman First Class BRJ on a battleship somewhere in the South Pacific. He says,
Dear Command Performance, maybe I'm just an old deck swabber, but I've got a lot of young ideas. One of them's Betty Grable. I happened to read in the last Walter Winchell column I saw that Betty was keeping company with George Raft. Please tell Betty that we've got a nice big battleship. Why should she waste her time with a raft?
Well, brother, you've got something there, and we've got something here, too. She's yours for tonight. Fellas, Miss Betty Grable.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and hello there, fellas. I told Mama not to wait up tonight because I'm going out shortwave. I'm going out with all the fighting men in Uncle Sam's Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And that's just about the biggest blind date any girl ever had. And I don't mind telling you boys that I'm carrying the torch for you. And so is that lady in the harbor back in New York. The studio here is so full of stars we could almost get along without lights. So I'd better start answering your commands. First, a salute to the boys of Unit 855, United States Marine Corps. The address is a military secret, but the letter is signed by M.D.G. Jr., who hails from Culpeper, Virginia. For him and his gang, we proudly present Miss Judy Canova.
I hope you like it. I had a feller courting me for quite a spell, mid simple life of country folk. Now when he told me that he wanted to go away, my little heart hit almost a roof. I said, you know it's true, I love you best of all, so honey, don't you go away. Now just as he went to go, it grieved my heart, and so these words he heard me say. Darn, that's pretty. Some of these days, you're gonna miss me, honey. Oh, some of these days, you're gonna feel so lonely. You'll miss my hug, you'll miss my kisses, you'll miss me, honey. When you go, feel lonely. I'm blue, only for you, honey. Oh, you've had your way, and that ain't hay. And when you leave me, I know they'll grieve me. You miss your little baby. I'm tired of being a scatterbrain. I'm gonna find myself a ball and chain. And when I do, you gonna miss me. Oh, some of these days.
Canova, that was swell. On our show of March 22nd, a very amusing man gave a lecture to sailors in which he discussed the facts of life. Apparently, he gives such valuable advice that you men have called him back for his second triumphant appearance on Command Performance. Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Miss Grable. This is a little talk that I'm going to deliver tomorrow to a group of young women about to enter a short course in nursing. I just want to see what you think of it. I may tear the whole thing up anyway. Young ladies, I'm going to say, if I say anything. Young ladies, I am happy to speak a few words of cheer to you on this your day of matriculation. Perhaps I shouldn't even have said that. Perhaps I shouldn't have started the talk at all. If you can't say a word like matriculation without... Well, anyway, I do feel, however, that a word or two of warning may not be out of place from an old man who has been very close to several nurses and vice versa. I like to think of us all as just one big family, don't you? It's nice. First, there comes the problem of bathing in bed. I mean, of course, bathing the patient in bed. Well, let's look at it from another angle. Let's take the subject of changing the bedding after bathing the patient in bed. Now, as I see it, the problem is to get the bottom sheet out from under the patient without tossing him too far in the air or catapulting him on the floor on the other side. This can be done by calling his attention to something outside the window, counting 1, 2, 3, and then not changing the bottom sheet at all. He won't know the difference in a couple of minutes anyway. So. Now, once you've got the patient washed and the bed linen changed, there's a question of, I wonder if you'd like to hear something about the work we're trying to do among our boys up at our little camp in Silver Lake. I don't think it's generally known that most of our boys up there are between the age of 16. We feel that by taking the boy at this age, we can get him into closer touch not only with his parents, his school, and his people, lots of people, but also with the town in which he lives, the flag to which he pays allegiance, and to the town in which he lives. I was talking on this subject only last week at our Uptown branch, asking for contributions for the camp, and at the conclusion of my talk, a little old lady, dressed all in lavender, came up on the platform, and placing her hand on my arm, asked, "What the hell did you do with all the money we gave you last year?" Well, I just laughed and pushed her off the platform. But I quote that only to show how much interest people are taking in our camp and how bright the future seems to be for it. Or did I say that? Well, anyway, to get back to what I was going to say to the young ladies who are training to be nurses. From my experience with nurses, I think that I'm right in making the suggestion that the nurse is likely to hang around the room too much. Is that right? I don't know. Nurses are often very charming young ladies. I say this entirely on hearsay. I never happened to draw one. I hear about these guys with beautiful nurses, but the one I usually get looks like whirl away with a cap on. Only kidding, Miss Tuttle. We now come to the subject of hospital bedroom equipment and its use. But I see that my time is about up, and so we shall have to postpone this section until our next meeting. Well, maybe the time isn't quite up yet, but it will be by the time I've announced that I will be in the vestry at the close of this talk for consultation with any of you young ladies who still want to continue nursing after what I've just said, and who would like to try getting this shoulder of mine back into place. In the vestry, and this goes for you too, fellas. What have I said?
Thank you very much, Bob Benchley. And now for 2 sergeants and 8 privates in the field artillery, APO 957, somewhere in the Pacific area, Command Performance presents the world's greatest trumpet player, Harry James, and his music makers. mailbag now, we find a letter from the gang at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Coco Solo Canal Zone. It is signed by ACH, who says, I suppose you're swamped with requests, and it will be some time before you get to mine. But I'll be waiting for Jack Benny. Well, ACH, suppose I refer your request to the heavyweight champion of microphonia, Don Wilson.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Gosh, she's beautiful.
You said it.
And now, fellows, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Say, Don, when I smiled at Harry James, you see how worried Phil Harris looked? Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good looking?
Well, I don't want to sound hammy or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine.
Say, Don, I'll bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack, I
could just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knees. And I can hear your mother singing to you, "Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop."
Oh, she sure did.
That tree must have been a redwood. Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. On Saturdays, we used to run a special, a pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, went over very big. I remember one time...
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
We were talking about me. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
We should get laughs like that on our own show. Always kills me. Now listen, Mary. I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
And what's that price tag doing on the 3rd molar?
Don't be funny.
Say, Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
Well, what was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont, you know.
And did you see the tree in back with a rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he never saw the preview.
He did, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. I didn't see you.
Oh, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Dennis?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Mr. Benny, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart, eh? I'll bet you were.
All right, you can laugh, but when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12? What's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Dennis, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, what happened to you in the meantime?
I don't know. All of a sudden, everything went blank.
That's what I thought. Say, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made at rehearsal.
What crack?
You know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh. Well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave you.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee. When I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't
going
to tell you.
All right, I'm not worried about it. I can get another orchestra leader. Matter with Harry James. That's bad, I suppose? Anyway, Phil ought to be loyal enough to discuss things with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson. You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately, I thought it'd be better to call it quits, that's all.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you louse.
Oh, sure.
Well, now listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you think they were married?
Keep out of this, Dennis. Now, look, Phil, look. I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees. Anyway, Phil, there's no use arguing about it. You can't leave me because we've got a contract.
Some contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Oh, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Say, Jack, you know a lot about music. Why don't you form your own orchestra?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his Stinkolas.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh?
Yeah, I'm going on the air for McMillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that fits. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway, Phil, if you're smart, you'd stay right here and try to be a little more... I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want?
Are you planning to come home for dinner tonight?
Well, certainly I am.
Well, if you want something to eat, you better bring some food home with you.
What are you talking about? There was plenty of food in the icebox when I left the house this morning. What happened to it?
In the which?
In the icebox. When I left this morning, it was just bulging with food.
Well, the swelling's gone down now.
Rochester, did you throw another party this afternoon?
Well, come to think of it, a few of my friends dropped in for some tea and donuts.
Now, listen, if you just served tea and donuts, what happened to all those lamb chops?
Well, I ran out of donuts.
Yes?
So we bored holes in the chops and dumped them.
That's fine. Well, what happened to the big roast turkey that was in the icebox?
Oh, that was first prize in the bingo game.
Well, that's the last straw. Now, you just see that there's some food in the house when I get there.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
As long as you're coming home, will you bring my fan mail?
Yes, I'll bring it. Goodbye. Darn, that Rochester eats me out of house and home. Well, that's all for us, fellas. Good luck and give 'em hell.
Thanks a lot, Jack Benny and Company. Now a very nice letter from a very nice sergeant at Army Post Office, number 803A at Suriname, South America.
Dear Command Performance, I'm one of the many listeners to your program for the fighting men of the good old USA. You know, we fellas can't thank you enough for the wonderful work you're doing all for us. Our favorite singer is Mary Martin,
And we'll be patiently waiting and listening for her sweet and lovely voice.
Well, Sergeant, you don't have to wait any longer. Here she is, lovely Mary Martin. Thank you, Betty, and thanks to the sergeant and all the other men in Uncle Sam's fighting forces who have invited me to appear on this program. If the Bing Crosby show is within your listening range, you've probably heard Victor Borger's upper language. It's a new kind of talk based on the idea that since everything is higher today, all the numbers in the words we speak should be increased by 1. Wonderful becomes twotiful. To pay becomes 3 pay, and lieutenant becomes loot 11th, and so forth. One of our latest song hits carries out this idea. It's called My Tootiful Little Loot 11th. And with the assistance of the Music Maids and Hal and Harry James Orchestra, I'd like to sing it for you now. There's a handsome lieutenant and he's mine, all mine. No word is high enough, no praise to the sky enough. So I had to raise all the words by 1. He is much more than wonderful, so I add 1. I call him dutiful, that's 1 more than wonderful. In fact, he's just sweet divine. He is my dutiful little loot 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my dutiful little loot 11, and he's the only 2-5 me. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my dutiful little loot 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. Does he come from California? No. Does he come from 11th Street? No. Does he come from Washington? No. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little loot 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. Well, fellas, Old Man Time is giving us the high sign, and it looks like my blind date with you is just about over. And when a gal has been shown a good time, it's customary for her to express her appreciation by extending her date the courtesy of a goodnight kiss. I don't suppose a shortwave kiss can be very effective, but it's the best I can do right now. So here it is. Oh, Colonel. Well, fellas, if we didn't get around to answering your particular request this time, keep listening. Your letter is probably here in the bag. And take it from me, that battle you're fighting out there is in the bag, too. This is Betty Grable thanking you for the date and reminding you that Hollywood turns out a lot of pictures. But for you, Hollywood just turns out. Goodbye now.
We're getting those letters, men, and their orders to us because around here you're the GHQ. Keep on writing to the station to which you're listening, and Command Performance will fill your request. And listen, fella, for a time there, the Axis was getting pretty cocky. Right now, their worry is khaki. See you later.
Hi, fellas. This is Jill with your all-time jukebox. Welcome once again to another spinning party with the all-time jukebox. These next 30 minutes will be devoted to playing the better sides of records. Records that have stood the test of time and still rate tops, although they may be as many as 10 years old. These are records that you probably will remember and that you no doubt have at home in your own collection, so make yourselves comfortable and get set for a spin back through the years with our all-timers. This first one won't take you too far back, only as far as 1942. It was during that year that Benny Goodman released a record called Mission to Moscow. I say released instead of made because it was an old master that had never been brought out previous to 42. Well, released or made, it's one of the best. Here it is. Our Glenn Miller all-timer for the day was suggested by the Navy, and frankly, it's a new one on me. When I got this suggestion, I looked up the record, and sure enough, Glenn had made a record of the one I loved. I asked if it was a big record. Big, they said. It's the best. So I played it and heartily agree. I still don't know how I missed it. Well, here it is, Glenn Miller's The One I Love.
I have my heart. I know her thoughts are strong for somebody else. The hands I hold belong to somebody else. I'll bet they're not so cold to somebody else. It's tough to be alone on the shelf. It's worth to fall in love by yourself. The one I love belongs to somebody else.
And now the old Bing Crosby record department opens up with a journey back to 1938. Remember one of the big songs of that year? Sierra Sue. And when Bing recorded it, it hit the top, as do most of the songs that our friend Bing records. So take yourselves back to 38 with Bing in charge.
Sierra Sue, I'm sad and lonely. The rocks and rills are lonely too. Sierra Sue, I want you only, no one but you. Sierra Sue, the roses weep, their tears are falling. The gentle doves no longer coo. Oh, can't you hear my sad heart calling for you? Sierra Sue. Sierra Sue, the roses weep, their tears are falling. The gentle doves no longer coo. Oh, can't you hear my sad heart calling for you? Sierra
Next all-timer to turn features Harry James with a song that I've always felt should have won the hit parade. But somehow it didn't get too far. Oh, it was popular, you'll remember it, but it didn't break any records and all that sort of thing. Well, this particular record by Harry James has always been one of my personal favorites, and from some of the suggestions coming in, I don't stand alone. Helen Forrest sings, Harry James plays, the all-timer, He's My Guy. You're listening to the All-Time Jukebox, a short half hour devoted to playing the best of the best in records. And this is Jill with 4 more to go. The next subject for discussion is the Merrimacs, or should I say R's Merrimacs. Well, is or are, that group has been and always will be one of the best in vocal groups. This record of theirs collected quite a few nickels in jukeboxes all over the country. A few years back, I'll bet you invest a 5-cent piece in Jingle, Jangle, Jingle.
Yippee-yay, there'll be no wedding bells for today.
I got birds that jingle, jangle, jingle.
That jingle, jingle.
As I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single?
Oh, ain't you glad
and that song ain't so very far from wrong.
Ain't so very
oh, Lily Bell,
oh, Lily Bell,
oh, Lily Bell.
Lily Bell.
So I may have done some fooling, this is why I never like a bird that jingle, jangle, jingle.
That jingle,
as I go riding merrily along.
Riding merrily
and they sing, oh, ain't you
it's glad you're single. And that song ain't so very far from wrong, ain't so very far from wrong. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle as I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single? And that song ain't so very far from wrong. Oh, Sally Jane, oh, Sally Jane. So I'd love to stay forever, this is why I can't remain. I got birds that jingle, jangle, jingle as I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single? And that song ain't so very far from wrong. Oh, Marianne, oh, Marianne. So we done some moonlight walking, this is why I up and run. I got birds that jingle, jangle, jingle, that jingle, as I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single? And that song is so very far from wrong, it's so very far from wrong, very far from wrong. So I jingle, jangle, jingle all along.
Well, this next song contains a wonderful thought. Although the composer Matt Dennis wrote this way before the war, I'm sure he had no idea how terrific the lyrics would sound today. Well, you've heard this song, and especially this record. It's Tommy Dorsey with the all-timer Let's Get Away From It All. Well, Duke Ellington is next from the all-time shelf with one of his own great compositions. The Duke has recorded this song over a half dozen times, and each record seems to be better than the last. I think this particular one was his first recording of Solitude. No, fellas, there's nothing wrong with your radio station. Those cracks and pops are in the record. Well, the closing assignment falls to Jimmy Dorsey, and he more than fills the spot with something called John Silver. I spoke to one of the boys in the AFRS band who used to play in Jimmy's band, trying to find out how the tune was written and who John Silver was, and all he said was, "Did we make a record of that?" So, all I know is that it's one of Jay Dorsey's best. Here it is, all 4 minutes of it, John Silver. that 4-minute swing session, we'd bring another session with the all-time jukebox to a close. You've heard from Bing, Glenn Miller, Benny Goodman, the Mary Macks, Harry James, Tommy Dorsey, Duke Ellington, and Jimmy Dorsey, all with their all-time records. Remember, you'll only hear the best of the best in records in the all-time jukebox. And so, until I'll be GI Jiving your way, this is Jill saying this is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
must you be mean to me? Gee, honey, it seems to me you love to see me crying. night when you say you'll phone. You don't, and I'm left alone, singing the blues and sighing. You treat me coldly each day in the year. You always scold me whenever somebody is near, dear. It must be great fun to be mean to me. You shouldn't, for can't you see what you mean to me? exactly how I feel. Should I confess I love you? Should I recite beneath the pale moonlight and swear by stars above you? Could I repeat the sweetest story told? Could I entreat? Would it be too bold? Should I reveal exactly how I feel? Should I confess I love you?
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Don't Say Goodnight, Flirtation Walk, I Feel a Song Coming On, Mean to Me, Peanut Vendor, Song of the Islands, Sweet and Low, Should I Can't Get Started With You, A Fine Romance, and Sweetheart of All My Dreams. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra was under the direction of Captain Walter Schumann. Your soloist, Margaret Whiting. Les Paul on the electric guitar. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.